Hello and welcome to Arab Health Week 2021. I'm Dave Sharp and I'll be your host and moderator for the event. It's day 2. Don't worry, if you missed day 1, well, you missed a brilliant program, but you can watch it again on catch up. Go to the YouTube channel for Future Health and you'll see the whole of the day recorded there. You can skip between all of the presentations, just refer back to the event program. If you've got a particular presenter you'd like to see or a particular presentation, you can do that. So you've not really missed out, but we are into day 2. Of course, we'll be here for the final day tomorrow. My colleague Sandra Garlick will be hosting that day. You're in for a fantastic day today. We've got a brilliant packed program of speakers, but of course this is a brilliant opportunity for you to chat with others, to connect with others, to network with others, because the whole aim of this Future Health series as we go around the world over the coming months is to build a dynamic community of healthcare professionals and get everybody working together so that we can find solutions to the many challenges that the world is facing. It's a chance to innovate, share ideas, share best practice, and to recommend things to others. So I mentioned the chat. We've got a chat box, which you can probably see on screen, so you can use that to chat to each other. You don't have to just keep it work related, of course. You can tell people where you are in the world and what the weather's like, and just to get to know each other. For our presentations, we want you to ask questions, plenty of them. We've got a question slot for each of our presenters and our tech panel, which is coming up later on. All you need to do is type your question in there. We'll have a look at those, and the ones that are the most appropriate and the ones that get voted highest will be asked at the end. And I mentioned there the voting. If there's a sort of a question that you think, yeah, actually, I really want to know the answer to that, you can bump it up the list by voting on that. Now, the conversation doesn't stop today or tomorrow for that matter. We want this conversation to carry on. So we're using a hashtag on social media so that you can find that conversation easily. It's hashtag Arab Health Week. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn. If you search for that hashtag or post using the hashtag, then we can connect you there as well. And of course, I mentioned the fact that this is just one of many events that are coming up around the world. We go to Africa next. If you use the hashtag Future Health Series, then you'll connect with those other events as well. So without further ado, let's take a little look at what's coming up this morning. We'll soon be going to Qutaiba El-Manasir. He is from AstraZeneca in Africa and the UAE, and he's going to talk about the role of the vaccine as the best hope to end the pandemic. Don't we all want that? Then later on, we'll go to Abdulaziz Al-Khalif. He is going to talk about healthcare, app development and non-traditional appointments. So that's the cracking sessions we have up this morning. Plenty more coming up later on. So I mentioned there our first presentation, all about the vaccine, hoping that we can end the pandemic. So let's go straight away to Qutaiba El-Manasir, who's going to talk us through the challenges and the solutions that are coming up through AstraZeneca and other partners.
Thank you very much, Dave. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure being here today. I will be taking you through our journey in AstraZeneca with our partnership with Oxford University and the whole story about the vaccine development and the supply and the rollout of the vaccination programs, including our vaccine. I will start by our commitment for providing broad and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccine AstraZeneca. So far, we have developed supply capacity for billions of doses of the vaccine, and we supplied already around 500 million so far, which helped to save and contributed to save thousands of lives across the globe. We are working with our partners in order to fulfill our commitments to the public health and to fighting this pandemic. Starting with our R&D targeting prevention and treatment. So it's not only the Oxford vaccine or the COVID-19 AstraZeneca vaccine, is it D1222. We have also undergoing currently research for long-acting antibody combination. And also other investigational potential treatments which are targeting the organ damage and how we can help save lives for the patients who are in the end stage of the disease. So like we have different, we are targeting different parts of the life cycle of the virus and the disease itself, and for both the prevention and the treatment. Focusing on the vaccine, our topic for today, I will maybe we just highlight the technology of this vaccine, as you may know, which is based on the existing recombinant simian adenovirus vector, which is non-replicating, and that's why it removes the risk of replicating, especially for the vector virus itself. So that's why we don't have the risk of having flu, for example, because the DNA responsible for the replication has been eliminated. And also it avoids the issues with the pre-existing immunity to the human adenovirus, because we chose, or Oxford University chose the simian adenovirus vector. So this will help also in removing the risk of the pre-existing immunity to the human adenovirus. From the clinical trials, we saw that it induces strong B and T cell response after single vaccination. And from the clinical trials, we saw good efficacy and safety profile. As you can see in the screen, that DNA or the genetic material of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein has been inserted. So once the virus inside the body, it will infect the cells, and then the spike protein will be produced, which gives the body the ability to recognize this spike protein and then create the immunity. If you look at the path to the development, and if you have a backlog on the like 10 months since last year when the epidemic started, you can see, you will be amazed that we're around 100 days from sequence to humans. You can see in April when the first human trial began in UK. With around 1,000 volunteers. This was around 100 days after the sequence. By the way, this is not the first time that we see such acceleration and the development. In the Ebola, also Oxford University, they were able to have a similar success in developing a vaccine and starting protecting people within a year. So as you can see, the trials started in the UK, later on started also in Brazil and South Africa, and then expanded to the States, and to other parts of the world. And if you remember, last year in December, we had the first authorization for emergency supply in the UK, and which was followed by the WHO approval and other approvals across the world. Of course, EMA in January as well. Collaboration has made this possible, and really I would like to thank all the people who were part of this success story and who worked weekends, worked several hours beyond their working time in order to make this possible, because each one of them, they believe that they will contribute to protecting people's lives and end this pandemic. Talking more about the developing of the vaccine itself, we can see that after putting the process in place, it starts by two almost the definite stages, which is the drug substance, taking around 2 months, and the drug product, which is taking sometimes between 1 month to 2 months. In the drug substance, the stem cells that are producing the vaccine will be infected by the vector virus. Then, as the cells grow and multiply, they will be moved into bioreactors in order to scale up the number of the drug substance that we have in order to produce more quantities of the vaccine. Then we will reach to the purification step, where the vaccine will be isolated or separated from the host cell. After that, in the drug product stage, the fill and finish and the labeling and the packaging, which will be followed by the testing by independent labs, and then the review by the regulators, and then the distribution and delivery. It's important to mention that almost more than 60 tests are performed on our vaccine in order to ensure the quality and safety of the vaccine and ensure the quality of the product in each and every stage of the process, including the in-process testing and the release testing at the end. The overview of the current development plan and the clinical trials. As we discussed, it started in UK and then expanded to Brazil and South Africa, then to the US, and now we have different clinical trials ongoing in India, Russia, Kenya, and also it will be expanded to Egypt, which is which the objective is to continue study the vaccine and understand the efficacy and safety profile, in addition also to understand and expand the label for the vaccine in the coming time. From the Oxford-led late-stage trials in the UK, Brazil, and South Africa, the first trials that we had the readouts from them, it showed that more than 100% protection versus hospitalization and death, 22 days after the first dose. Also 76% efficacy to prevent the symptomatic diseases, and 82% that can be increased to 82% once we have or when we increase the interval between the two doses up to 12 weeks. This was evident in this slide. If you see on the right side, the more the interval between the two doses, the better the efficacy, which reached more than 82%. And in addition to the clinical trials, we saw also from the real-world evidence that the effectiveness of the vaccine after single dose is consistent with the clinical trial data. 90% prevention of hospitalization in the elderly population. Also 73% effectiveness against the symptomatic disease after 35 days of the first dose for the elderly people more than 70 years, according to the data from the Public Health England. And in the UK also we saw more than 80% effectiveness in preventing hospitalization in elderly and frail real-world adults more than 80 years. As you can see, maybe in the first stage of the real world evidence, the focus was on the elderly, because in the clinical trials, Oxford chose not to include a lot of elderly people until they are sure about the safety of the vaccine, and that's why the focus was later on this age. The variant, as you know, it's it's a hot topic now. The vaccine demonstrated 86% reduction of hospitalization versus the UK variant. Similar neutralizing effect was observed for the Brazilian variant. The South African variant is being studied currently, and we will have data in the coming months. And recently we saw in the real world data from the Public Health England also, it showed around 92% effectiveness against hospitalization due to the Delta variant, which is known as the Indian variant. And it also, the good thing, it showed no deaths among those vaccinated. In the same data published by Public Health England, it showed also 86% reduction of the Alpha variant, the UK variant, and no death reported, which is good news for in order to assure the people who get the vaccine that they will be also protected against this variant, which is currently spreading across the world, and it's expected that it will be the dominant one in the coming couple of months. What was our approach to ensure broad and equitable access, which is our pledge from the beginning when we partnered with the Oxford University? First is to secure the funds from the government in order to expand the access, make the vaccine available at no profit, so more people can be vaccinated. In addition to the partnership with the different multilateral organizations in order to ensure fair allocation and distribution, and make it possible to produce around a billion of doses in order to be supplied to the world at the same time, different parts of the world at the same time. Also, supply partners in order to scale up and increase the production and the distribution. We partnered with around 25 partners in 15 countries, and different supply chains are in place in order to supply different parts of the world at the same time. Also, the development and the clinical trials, we expanded the clinical trials in order to accelerate the approval. As we discussed, we got the first approval in December last year, and it was followed by the EMA WHO approval. And we have more than 150 approvals across the world from different regulatory bodies in each and every country where our vaccine is available. What was the action in order to make this take it into reality and reach the supply and make the vaccine available in these countries? First, the first action was to identify the right partners in order to conduct the due diligence and focus on maximizing their capability, and also reduce the cost as much as possible. After identifying these partners, we moved into creating the networks and the supply chains that will be helping us in order to minimize the transportation and the importation difficulties and constraints. And then we established the supply chain by transferring technology. As we discussed, more than 15 supply chains are available, and optimization of the process. And it's not easy because as you saw, it's a biological process. So that's why even after the transfer of technology, our quality and ops team, they kept working with our partners in order to ensure that regardless of the partner who is producing our vaccine, the quality should be according to the pre-specified standards and aligned with our quality and safety standards. The result that we are walking the talk. We have equitable access delivered across the globe. We have more than 500 million doses of our vaccine being supplied to more than 168 countries in different continents. And if we focus on the low middle income countries, we are very proud that AstraZeneca was the first company to partner with COVAX, and we have we reached that more than 90% of the vaccines delivered via COVAX is AstraZeneca vaccine. And as you can see in the slide, it reached to different parts of the world, the most difficult ones, including Africa, even the conflict zones in Yemen, Syria, Somalia. All these countries received our vaccine. So we have our vaccine in more than 127 countries, and majority of these countries are low middle income countries. And this is achieving the balance and the equitable access that we are trying to materialize. Finally, I would like to highlight that whenever you want to have an ideal vaccine, or you want to have the most effective, to know the characteristic of an effective vaccine, of course, the focus will be on the safety, on the efficacy, the immunogenicity, the duration of response, administration, and supply. It's very important to have safe vaccine, efficacious, and not only in the clinical trials, but also in the real world setting, measured by the effectiveness, immunogenicity to give a good immune response, and very important that to have this immune response durable and lasted for a long period of time, which is being studied until now. And also the administration, it's very important to have efficacy and safety, but at the same time it has to be easy administered and also the supply can be done smoothly for these countries, and even for the countries where they have a weak healthcare system. So when you look at the AstraZeneca vaccine, from safety point of view, in the clinical trials, there were no serious adverse events reported in all the clinical trials that was done in the UK, in the US, and Brazil, South Africa. Regarding the safety concerns that happened later on in the real world when the vaccine was rolled out, it's an evidence that the surveillance system was able to detect these extremely rare events. So the average until May this year was among the people who got the vaccine is around 4 out of million, which is an evidence that the surveillance system is able to detect these very extremely rare disease, rare side effects, and which is being studied by different regulatory bodies, and we are cooperating and sharing very transparently all the data with them in order to understand the reason for these rare side effects, and also work with the regulators like EMA, WHO, and the MHRA in order to understand the signs and symptoms of these side effects and the best way to manage them by the healthcare professionals. As you saw also in the news that the EMA, the MHRA, and the WHO stated that the benefits outweigh the risks, and they confirmed that the best way to protect the people we love is to continue protecting them by the vaccine. In the efficacy, as we discussed, not only the efficacy results from the clinical trials, but also the effectiveness data showed, which was like evident for AstraZeneca vaccine, that the effectiveness data sometimes even exceeded or very similar to the results of the clinical trials, which is an evident and reassuring for the scientists and also the people that the vaccine is effective in preventing hospitalization up to 100% in the clinical trials, 92% in the real world setting, and also it's effective against the variants that are circulating currently, like the Delta and previously the Alpha. Immunogenicity, we saw a robust immune response. T-cell response started after almost 2 weeks after the first dose, and the neutralizing antibody activity against the COVID was also shown in the clinical trials. The duration of the response is being studied until now, and assessing if there is a need to a booster dose or not, which we will see once the clinical trials are concluded in the coming months. For the administration, ease of use within the healthcare setting, no reformulation, so it's ready. The healthcare professional just need to start giving it to the patients once available in the clinic, and it is stored in the normal fridge from 2 to 8, which is like the most standard vaccines that they are using for pediatric, for example. Current stability data is around 6 months, which is also give flexibility for the rolling out of the vaccine, especially in as we could discuss in the countries that they don't have well-established healthcare system. The supply, as we discussed, one of the very innovative solutions that was done by AstraZeneca in order to partner with the large-scale manufacturing sites in order to scale up the production, and that's why we saw that more than 500 million of our vaccine have been distributed across the globe. One of our partners, as you know, the SII in India, which is supplying currently India, where we have a very difficult situation there, and we hope that the vaccine will help in minimizing the impact of the epidemic there. Also, we partnered in other partners in Russia and Brazil, in different parts of the world, in order to have parallel supply in different parts of the world at the same time. This was my presentation. I will go back to Dave, and I will be happy to answer any questions from you.
Thank you for that insight. Yeah, we've got lots of questions, as you can probably imagine. This is the world's hottest topic, COVID-19, and a way of preventing it. So, well, first of all, I think, we should say congratulations and thank you, not just to AstraZeneca, but all of the manufacturers of vaccines for the incredible amount of work that you've done in getting the vaccines out there. I mean, you were saying to me just a minute ago that you haven't had a weekend off for the last 9 months. So people are working very hard on this, aren't they?
Yeah, and you can imagine this is like we are in a government affairs team. We are doing these discussions with the government. I would like also to highlight that the efforts by the different governments across the globe, especially the regulatory teams who have been very busy in reviewing data for not only for our vaccine, as you mentioned, but for all the vaccines that are available. As you mentioned, our quality team, people who are on the supply chain, they really worked hard in order to make the vaccine available, and maybe the only reward for them that seeing the people being protected and seeing their loved ones being protected by our vaccine.
And of course, the whole point of this presentation is to talk about the vaccine as the best hope for managing or ending the pandemic. Early days, people were talking about herd immunity, some kind of natural human response to be able to control this, but this doesn't appear to be the case. It is definitely pinned on vaccines, or could it be even a combination of the two things?
Definitely, herd immunity is also contributing to protecting people's lives, but it has cost. A lot of people who contracted the disease, they suffered from the symptoms, they suffered from the hospitalization. We lost a lot of people that we love and that are dear to us. So that's why vaccines is the hope, because it will save these people from the disease itself, and it will give them the protection at the lowest suffering or the lowest cost.
We obviously know that there's a lot of people in the world that need to receive the vaccine. That could take a very long time. Why can we not eradicate the disease completely? Why are we talking about possibly having to live with this through our generation? Why can't the vaccines completely take it out?
I think nobody will be safe until we are all safe. And that's why AstraZeneca focus was on the broad and equitable access. If you look on the like low middle income countries, a lot of people, or the vast majority of people, still they are waiting for their vaccine in order to be protected. So that's why it was a great news in Japan summit and the G7 summit, where these countries pledged to provide the vaccine and accelerate donating vaccines to the low and middle income countries, and to COVAX facility, which is the best hope for these countries in order to make the vaccine available for the people in these countries. So that's why it is a shared responsibility for everyone to make the vaccine available, not only in our countries but to other countries, because it is a global epidemic and should be treated in this way.
And those supply chains, you mentioned in your presentation, they're improving all the time, aren't they? This isn't just a case of have we got enough vaccine. This is a case of keeping production going and making sure it's distributed.
Exactly. So as I explained, for our vaccine, it's a biological process. The yield from batch to batch is different. We have more than 60 quality tests performed in order to ensure the quality and safety of our vaccine. Currently, each batch we are improving this and we scaling up the yield and the production and improving the process, which is helping in order to scale up and increase the produced quantity. And the same thing is happening with our partners. That's why the first maybe a couple of months it was the most challenging months, because the demand was huge and we were ramping up the production from these supply chains. But with time, we AZ sites and also our partners are scaling up the production, and hopefully we will reach to our goals by not only this year but also for the next year. And when we, as we discussed, more than around 3 billion doses, our target is to provide globally.
Of course, it's not just about one dose anymore with AstraZeneca. You do then have to have the second dose, which is another logistic challenge. And you mentioned also the potential for having to have a booster, possibly one, maybe an annual booster or every 6 months. So this is going to be an ongoing supply issue, isn't it?
I think the most challenging time was the last maybe 6 months, because limited number of vaccines were available and the production was in the early stage. With the coming time, we will have more data coming from the clinical trials that will tell us more about the need of the booster or not, and we will have more than one vaccine available that will help also to address the disease. As our CEO Said Pascal mentioned many times, that in order to fight this pandemic, we need more than one vaccine, and hopefully that we will have different options in order to protect the people.
Mentioned there the logistics. Here in the UK, where I'm based, I've had both doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine, so I'm very grateful for that. We have vaccination centres. They're popping up in all sorts of venues, not traditional clinics. You know, all sorts of. I mean, mine was one was at a hotel, the other was at a golf club, which they'd turned over. So it's important that we get these vaccination centres set up. But in countries where that's not possible, is there any way that we can self-administer the vaccine? Are there any trials to suggest that that would be a safe thing to do?
So I'm not aware of any. Maybe it's being studied in the clinical trials, but as you know, we are limited by our label currently. So our vaccine should be administered by healthcare professional, of course, and so that's why we are limited with our label. But of course, in the coming months, a lot of research is happening, and hopefully we will have more flexibility. The good thing about our vaccine that as mentioned, in Africa and in the developing world, it can be stored in normal fridge, and it was easy to be administered by and given by healthcare professionals to their patients. And we, of course, if we can have easier approach, this would be welcomed in these countries.
Obviously, with the growth of global communications, good news is shared broadly, bad news is shared broadly, and there's a lot of misinformation as well, and certainly around vaccines. With the vaccine, are you concerned that some people who won't take it for whatever their own personal reasons is going to actually slow up the chances of us eradicating the pandemic?
Yeah, in the beginning, as you know, especially on the social media, you saw a lot of misinformation, a lot of videos that say things that make some people, especially the elderly, hesitant to take the vaccine. But I believe the more people taking the vaccine, the more evident that people are being protected, less hospitalization, less deaths. I think this will give the confidence to more people, and we will reach. We saw examples of countries that they vaccinated vast majority of their population, and they almost went back to normal life. I think this will encourage other people, other countries to do the same and to get vaccinated, because again, it is the best hope to avoid the disease and avoid the consequences of the disease as well.
Before we had the vaccines, people talked about finding a way to manage the disease, to possibly cure the disease. And of course, all the talk then was, well, vaccine development normally takes years, not just the vaccine itself, but the clinical trials. And yet here we are, you know, I think it was 9 months in the UK or something like that before the first person received a vaccine. And of course, that made people suspicious. What do you think has speeded up the process and brought that laser focus to not only the development of the vaccine, but getting it out there and into arms?
Yeah, so I think innovation is the answer, and it's not the first time, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation. In 2016, when Ebola appeared in Africa, Also, the vaccine was developed in around 10 months, and they started to give it to the people, to protect the people in Africa. And like I think last week we heard the news that Ebola was eradicated, which is great news in Africa. So that's why innovation. I mean that the technology is already there. For example, Oxford already they had the technology of the vector vaccine, which was studied and used before. So that's why after the identification of the sequence of the DNA sequence of the virus, then it was easy to produce the vaccine and start the clinical trials, as I explained, after almost 100 days in the UK. And maybe here we have also to highlight the importance of collaboration. If you remember last year, the identification of the sequence of the DNA was done in China, and then it was shared with scientists across the globe. One of them was also the scientist in Oxford University who developed after that the vaccine. So that's why collaboration between the scientists across the globe, the technology that was already there, and also the acceleration in the clinical trials, all these helped in order to have a vaccine that is studied. It's not like they use the vaccine without doing the clinical trials. The clinical trials included a huge number of patients in the UK and Brazil and in South Africa, and also in the US. So the clinical trials that were done, but the acceleration that happened in each and every step, which helped to make the vaccine available in less than a year, which is a great achievement for the biopharmaceutical industry, and also for the humanity at the same time.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you said that. One of the things I said in my introduction today, and the purpose of these events around the world, the Health Series events, is to bring people together. It's to share ideas and best practice, to collaborate, because obviously you mentioned the pharmaceuticals. There is a great deal of competition, even in the UK. You know, there was this idea that there's a race for the first people to develop the vaccine, but actually for the average person on the street, all they want is the cure. They're not bothered who gets there first. And of course, there's a lot of money associated with pharmaceutical companies as well. Do you think that finance has helped to accelerate the production of the vaccine? I mean, you talked about collaboration and bringing the world's best minds together, but that requires funding, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we saw in the case of AstraZeneca vaccine and other vaccines, there were public funding in order to accelerate the development and the clinical trials. Also, there was collaboration from the pharmaceutical companies in order to provide the vaccine. For example, in the case of AstraZeneca, at no profit during the pandemic, which shows the importance of collaboration, and a lot of meetings with governments, with sometimes even people around me asking me which vaccine is better, and they like start to discuss these competition questions, and our answer is usually that the vaccine that is available is the best vaccine, because regardless of the type of the vaccine, or being protected is the most important objective. So whatever vaccine is available, is this vaccine would be the best one to take.
When the disease first came about, we thought of it as one disease, and then people learned very quickly about variants and how the disease and the virus itself evolves. Just in the news in the last 24 hours, they're now talking about Delta Plus, more transmissible. Does it bind to the lungs more easily? Can it evade the vaccine? This has to be perhaps the biggest fear, maybe among the population, but is it a fear amongst people in your profession that the virus will evade the vaccine? Can it develop in that way?
So I think a lot of research is being happening currently, which will address all these questions. As I explained in the beginning of my presentation, that AstraZeneca, like other companies, is studying different options in the treatment as well as in the prevention. Long-acting antibody is one of them, which is promising currently in the phase 3 of the development, and hopefully it will like address some of the needs. Other companies are working on different part of the disease, like organ damage also, as we discussed, and the complications that's happening, and scientists are also trying to understand the disease itself, because a lot of unanswered questions, why the complications happened and why certain people get exaggerated response versus other people, which has not a unified maybe response or risk factors. So that's why a lot of research is needed in order to answer all these questions, and hopefully we will reach them as soon as possible.
I mean, I think that's a really interesting point, because certainly the priority is to be vaccinating those most vulnerable, the elderly, the sick, those people who are more likely to be hospitalized and possibly die from the disease. But as you mentioned there, there's also other challenges. I'll give you an example. I contracted COVID-19 in March last year. I only knew this because there were no tests at the time, through an antibody test that I took some months later. Discovered also that my father, who was 91 at the time, also contracted it. We didn't enter hospital, but we were both quite ill. He also had an antibody test. But my 89-year-old mum and my wife, we believe, didn't contract it. And yet we were in close proximity. This was before masks. This was before we were really told to distance. We were in our own homes. That's quite bizarre, isn't it? If we could understand that, then we could target another section of the community and say, we don't know why, but you're also vulnerable and you're not.
Definitely, I can't agree more. And this is what maybe I mentioned, that there are patterns of the disease that we don't understand, how it spread from one to another. A lot of theories in the beginning that has been changed later on. So a lot of unanswered questions in this regard. So that's why maybe, as you mentioned, a lot of people are vulnerable, and that's why it's not about maybe knowing that like certain risk factors that for people that they will be having complications or not. The problem that we don't know who will be more exposed to the disease or to the sequences of the disease more than others. We saw elderly getting the disease and with very mild symptoms. At the same time, we lost others who are very close to us. At the same time, we saw young people who are getting the disease, and at the same time with symptoms, and others with severe complications, although they are, for example, athletics. So that's why until now a lot of unanswered questions, but we hope that with time, the research and the observations, the studies on the real world setting will provide answers to these questions.
I mean, if it is a disease that we might have to live with in the long term, and we can discover those risk factors. So I took part in a clinical trial, actually, you might be interested to know. So it was a trial in Oxford. I had a full body MRI scan, blood tests, breath tests, and just to see whether there was any longer term damage. I did have some of that long COVID, you know, that fatigue, that horrible cloudiness, which is unexplained, which we may have to live with for a very long time. That's going to put some pressure on the health system. But if we could understand, because I class myself as I've kept myself fit all my life, I'm not overweight, I don't have any underlying health issues, yet I still contracted the disease. I still wasn't hospitalized, but I was still quite ill. You know, is there any research to suggest that it could be to do with, I don't know, my genetics, my blood type? Is it because I'm a man? Do we know any of those answers yet?
I'm not an expert on this one, but from what I read until now is that they didn't identify a certain risk factors for the disease, and that's why it's very important that everyone gets protected by the vaccine. Because for other diseases, we know, for example, in diabetes, smoking, overweight, or lack of physical exercises, these are risk factors. But for this one, we until now the scientists didn't identify certain risk factors, and that's why maybe protection and getting vaccinated is the best hope for for the short term, at least for the coming until we know the answers or identify these risk factors. The best hope is to get vaccinated and eliminate this risk.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the key message here, isn't it? It's about the vaccines. I mean, I remember when I had coronavirus and I could see that I was improving. My mentality then was, oh, well, at least I've had it. That's good. I've got that out of the way. But that's not actually the case. I still have had my double shot of AstraZeneca on top of the fact that I had the disease last year. And hopefully that will give me super immunity or at least the best level of protection.
Exactly. And maybe one of the points that we need to highlight is that, as you mentioned, the disease itself carries a lot of risks that may be long-term risk. So that's why getting maybe a few side effects, or like some people, they are hesitant that when they get the first dose and they get some fatigue or they feel tired, they are hesitant to take the second dose. But like experiencing this very short term, like 1-2 days tiredness or fatigue is, I think, better than experiencing the disease, which lasts for maybe 4 to 6 weeks with much worse fatigue, and also the risks that carried with the COVID-19. One of the risks is around 25% risk of getting like clotting or severe side effect, severe complications of the disease. So that's why, again, vaccination with all what it carries from like good experience or bad experience is the best way in order to avoid the more dangerous and the more complex complications of the disease itself.
Well, I'm absolutely going to support that view. Having suffered with COVID-19, I said this to my wife, who did have a little bit of a reaction to her second dose, not so much to the first dose, which we found unusual. She had a rash. We'll never really know whether it was definitely to do with the second jab. But nevertheless, as I said to her, I said, I know which I'd rather have. I'd rather have the rash for a week than COVID-19 for several weeks, because I felt absolutely dreadful. I can't explain the feeling that I had. So you're absolutely right that this is the way out of the pandemic, or at least a way to manage it. And let's face it, after 14, 15 months of lockdowns, of fear, of our lives being disrupted, this is the number one worldwide thing that we all unite on, and this is what we want, isn't it? And you guys are leading the way with the other companies in helping us out of this situation.
Exactly. Also, I would like to take the chance to encourage people to share whatever they experience, for example, adverse events with the regulators in their countries, because this will help also identify and understand how our vaccines, not only AstraZeneca, but all the vaccines, how they react, or how identify possible side effects. Sometimes it helped also in the effectiveness, as we see from the effectiveness data from different parts of the world. The surveillance system in these countries is helping us to understand more the response to the vaccines, and also it contribute to understanding the safety and the efficacy profile of these diseases. So that's why I think the governments, they played and they put a lot of efforts in order to put a very strong surveillance system in order to report these side effects, which will help us also to understand the reaction to the vaccine and make sure that the safety profile is well understood.
That's a very good point. I shall mention that to my wife. I know that when we had our both jabs, actually, we were given a very useful information leaflet, and I think there's a little website address or even a scannable QR code or something in which way we can report those, which all helps with the research and development. We're not being negative. We're just helping with the development of the vaccines. It's been absolutely fascinating talking to you. You can probably tell my own curiosity got the better of me in asking those questions, and you've answered every single one, and I'm very reassured. They talk about a race between the vaccine and the virus. What's your money on? If you were to say, you know, who's winning, the virus or the vaccine?
The vaccine will win.
Great stuff. That's
hopefully.
Absolutely. We've got to be positive, and I love that upbeat attitude. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, and again, I want to express my thanks to you, AstraZeneca, and to all the other people who are carrying out this research and developing the vaccines. Thank goodness you studied hard at school and and got yourselves into that position. That's brilliant stuff. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Dave. It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, a great day. Brilliant stuff. If you want to watch that again on catch up, if there were any elements of the presentation that you missed, you can watch it on the Future Health YouTube channel. You can also catch up with what we spoke about yesterday as well. So do take part in those chats online. Remember, on this amazing platform that has been built for the Future Health series, you can connect with each other, you can exchange contact details, you can chat. I've already mentioned it's a brilliant place to network. You can learn from each other. You can see these brilliant, insightful presentations as well. We've got it all here for you. So do stay in touch. Remember to use the hashtag as well, which is Arab Health Week. Which is on all of our social media channels. If you want to make a point or raise a question, if there's something you've missed, we've got plenty more coming up, but we'll take a little break now. We'll be back in around about half an hour with our next presentation. See you then. Welcome back to Arab Health Week. I'm Dave Sharp, your host and moderator for today's event. So far, we've had a brilliant morning, fascinating insight from AstraZeneca into the development of the vaccine as the best possible hope for controlling and hopefully ending the pandemic. If you missed that, don't forget you can watch all of our presentations from across the week, yesterday, today and tomorrow on our Future Health YouTube channel. You can just slide along there. There's 4 or 5 hours worth of content to find the presentations. If you're not sure where they are, just refer back to your program, which is available on the website. This brilliant platform that we're on today gives you the opportunity to connect with each other, to network, to share ideas, best practice, etc. And of course, you can chat with each other using that little chat box. For the presentations, you might want to ask a question. So simply use the Q&A. If there's a question there that you want to boost up the rating so that it gets asked, you can vote on questions on this platform as well. But do use that chat to say hello to each other, to network, and to just tell us a little bit about yourselves. The whole idea of this Future Health series of events as we go around the world over the next few months is to build a vibrant, dynamic community of healthcare and health professionals and connect us all so that when we meet again in person next year, we all feel like we're a little bit closer and a little bit more well known to each other. So we're going to get on. If you want to check us out on social media, we're there following the hashtag, which of course is Arab Health Week. We're on all of the social media channels. And so even when today's event ends, you can carry on the conversation. So that's what we're going to do now with our next presentation. We're looking at the issue of consumer-centered care and particularly healthcare app development and non-traditional appointments. To take us through that, I'm proud to announce that we've got the Chief Information Officer with us from Dr. Abdul Rahman Al Mishari Hospital. That is Abdul Aziz Al Khlaif, and his presentation follows now.
Good day, everybody. My name is Abdulaziz Al Khlaif, and I'm the Chief Information Officer in Al Mishari Hospital. Today, I like to share with you some information and a little bit of experience when building the healthcare app. So we're starting with a little bit of background on this actual endeavor, and it's all about how did we think about the objective or the mission that we need to cover with a healthcare application. So by introducing this simple definition inside our facility or inside the team that will work on this endeavor, it helps us align into same objective and clear heading. So our mission or objective is straightforward: to increase the accessible access channel for the customer, mainly patient and healthy individual that we are serving in the hospital, to gain access to the healthcare services, utilizing digital technology to move forward on preventive services in a safe, secure, friendly environment. Then maybe we'll have a little bit of 2 minutes to link or to give you a little background of the hospital that I'm currently operating in, and this application is used and being consumed for over the last period of 1 year and a half. So it's Dr. Abdulrahman Al Mishari Hospital is a private hospital situated in KSA, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abdulrahman Al Mishari Hospital was integrated by back then the government of Riyadh region, His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Abdulaziz, right now back into 1987. And right now, of course, Prince Salman, is the Royal Highness King Salman, the custodian of the Holy Two Mosque. And a little bit of background about the hospital. It's 140 bed with 45 OPD clinics, full operating ER department, 4 OR rooms, and 8 delivery rooms, with all the supporting services department and other ancillary and supporting facility department that is running a hospital. So with this endeavor, we started, working on, the service definition. So we like to utilize something that we know about the current situation or the current services delivered inside the hospital. So we took a concept that is already established in the environment, in the workplace. It's to establish a simple definition of the service and how to move the existing service delivery from the setting of a physical to the virtual. So to ease that concept, we adopted a simple, simulation or equal of concept, saying that teleconsultation is equal to the OPD consultation visits. So that's a simple comparison between the two. So it will guide whomever is working with us on this endeavor to have a clear description what would be included in that encounter. The other side is, of course, the inpatient services will be similar to the home care services. So we're switching those two together in order to make sure that it is clear for the people on the team that will work on this endeavor to be easy for them. Now, for the services definition itself, we identified as a team, as a whole, as a hospital, that we need to deliver certain services in a certain way, in the way that some of those services will be to answer a request or a demand from the patient, and the other one is the added value that we will try to push through our application to the patient themselves or the community that we are serving, however different the segmentation or the focus group customer that we may be. So from the beginning, let's start with the one-off encounter. So the one-off encounter is similar to virtual consultation, and we are using that for general check and follow-up mainly. Then also for the refill and adjustment of medication. And of course, for those consultations that do not require physical interaction between the physician or the care provider himself and the patient in the physical setting. Now, to go to the bottom of the list, and you can see it here, it's the one that on subscription base. So similar, as we said, that long engagement, like home care services, so services rendered from nursing, doctor, other healthcare support or healthcare provider like physiotherapy, specialist, respiratory function specialist, and other disciplines that usually deliver those services through physical presence. Now, in the middle, you can see the added value. And this is the whole essence of having those two layers and interaction, and then also having that added channel of accessibility. So we could have that preventive services that we are looking for to move forward from illness management to wellness and to better lifestyle in a sense. That is going to be delivered through establishing education awareness with already, people in our setting, in our area, that have that educational background, so they could make those awareness session with the patient. Also, wellness tips, and we will talk about some of those. Where did we take those tips, and what is the way that we establish, how could we deliver certain tips for certain people or certain segmentation of those customers that we are dealing with, and then also how did we manage to cater for the different chronic diseases that we catered for the different groups that we deliver services for. These will be much clearer in the use cases that we delivered for, and then some of those activities that has been done, and then analyzed to gather more information and build that baseline that we use to establish and deliver those services. And now, when are we talking about hardware or the setup? Let's we'll go for all of those activities that have been done over this endeavor. And here I like to point out a little bit about the hardware and software. From the start, we established that going cloud base is a good decision to make, as this type of software or solution live like 80% of the time they are living on the public internet. So we want to cater for those endpoint or the public the access from the patient or the individual that will gain access to our services. So the decision was made to have a cloud server. It's hosted locally in the region here to cover certain regulation from the government that any server that need to be deployed locally. So we chose a private cloud, and we deployed on it. So it will be easier to connect to the public offering that we're going to have through deployment on Android and iOS. So other customer, patient who have access through it with no problem, with no issue related to security, and through our own network, our own infrastructure in the hospital. And when we are connecting our internal resources or our internal team, we're using this setup here. You could see that the call center is connected, a call center agent are connected through a full-fledged workstation that have multiple screens, so they could manage the session of care to coordinate between the patient, the doctor, and other information related to recording all of those data points that we are collecting about the patient, enter it in the correct place, whether it is inside the AMR or other related information to facilitate this encounter. And then when we are dealing with the care provider or doctors, nurses inside our OPD, or even in the other area, we're having a station dedicated for that activities that is marked with that this is for the virtual health care, and clinician or other care provider could have access to them for that particular incident or encounter, and then deliver the care to the intended customer. Now, also we have people on the move. People are mobile in a sense that they need to move from one area of in the hospital to another, or maybe outside into part of the team of the healthcare team that usually respond to calls that will be delivered, the services on the home service side. So those guys will have a a tablet that is equipped with the same application, but identify as a care provider. That care provider could have high elevated authority to access certain features on the application side, and then manage the communication, manage the session, and then also deliver the service in a good manner. That capability also was used and utilized in the use case that I will choose. I'll share with you in the next slide. Okay, so to make it simple, we in the team itself chose to have a very minimalistic layout for the application. So it will reduce and it will make the use of the application itself is very simple in a way that doesn't require a lot of training. It's have a simple interface that have like the branding of the hospital, the general information that you don't need to interact with, and then at the bottom you have that simple tab or button layout that you could interact with. It's simple and easy to navigate, so there is no much of the usual application size that you have hidden stuff. Everything that the patient or the customer need to interact with is in front of his screen. He doesn't need to navigate away from it. And to share here is that there is no booking appointment available in the first phase. It is available in the second page, but the actual approach for this application is beyond the booking of the appointment. It's actually, once established this engagement or this relationship between us and the patient, we are only a one click away. So our agent in the call center are available for the duration of the operating hours, so they could respond either for a direct call, for if this patient have a known care provider team, they are handling their case, so they could directly connect to them, or they could issue an alert request that will be picked up from a centralized location and then routed or actually assisted in the first line. Is it an emergency case? Does it need like looking after right now? And then dispatch if it needed the ambulance, or even go to home care or other facilities. So the care coordinator or the actual agent in the call center will make sure that the patient is engaged and then facilitated the services for them as a healthcare coordinator. Yes. So in for the team itself, so from the beginning, the hospital and the vision of the move forward on this endeavor, it was decided that to organize the project and the program in the same time. So it is a running project with a program as assigned to it. We will move and improve as we go along. So we established multiple teams to look after different aspects of the actual endeavor. So of course, the top layer team is the steering committee or the steering team. The steering team is all about making decision, setting objective, and making sure that it is progress as part of other adjustment of this heading. So we know that achieving our objective is a moving target. So we keep on improving those objectives, maybe move away from an objective that we thought that or agreed on that it is no longer our target, and then deciding and make a decision to adjust our heading. For the operating or operation team, it is the critical team for this endeavor, as they are aware about the activities and they are interacting with the patient, adjusting the daily activity in a sense that they build their action plan. And the action plan, as a definition, it's the script that they usually use to interact with the patient going through the virtual health setting. They are in everyday adjustment period, so they will use those action plan as a standard and then try to improve on it from more than the side of improvement of known issues, known services or other aspect that was not covered in the original action plan, and it will be adjusted and deployed and then used, and that improvement will be continuous. The other team is also very critical here, is the clinical team. These guys are usually a healthcare professional, either doctors or nurses or educators. They are their job is to make sure that the classification of the patient are done in the proper way, so they could identify that these guys belong to chronic disease, or these guys need to be established daily activity, daily encounter and checkup, and other related to establish the clinical pathway that need to be addressed. If there is certain questionnaire or data gathering that it will be established from those particular patient, they will be the one pushing the notification to fill these information back from the customer. If that customer belong to a long subscription or long encounter, long relationship, they need to look after that patient health well-being, and then also establish that wellness education and awareness about that particular disease or situation, whether it is after certain pre-op or post-surgery situation. Now, marketing team usually is defined by that marketing material, campaign, and other awareness to the general public, or also inside the facility, so they could have those material that explain the way to move forward. How is that care setting has been changed with this introduction of this type of service as virtual health care. So they are putting those packages for campaign, and also the material that will be shared internally and externally. At the bottom, you can see technical team, and those will be, of course, in charge of the infrastructure and other facility related to the technology and the digital platform. They are constantly meeting as well and making sure that everything is running according to the need for it, and so forth. So if we go to the next slide, please. Now, I talked about the use cases that we encounter. We use this technology and use this infrastructure to deliver. And I'll share with you several use cases that we establish, and we try to use these, and we gain some knowledge to push on to the next use case, and so forth. So I said that it was established, and we started this endeavor back in 2020. So we were able to use that this technology to deliver the refill services for the medication in the COVID time. And in a sense that it was a relief for our customer to get engaged to us so they could get their medication. Of course, we establish a service chain behind this encounter for virtual health, that after the ordering from the in charge physician with this patient, they could process the actual ordering of the medication, and then we will deliver those medication to the patient home. Those was the time when there was lockdown, so that was really added value from the hospital side, so we could serve our customer in that manner, so they could their health would not be suffering for that period with the lockdown. So that was a good experience from our side. It does give us some insight of how could we link those two aspects of virtual activities and then physical activities in the real environment, to see those difficulty challenges that we encounter when we are delivering those services. It did have a huge impact. The team have learned a lot in that period, and then we chose to go into another use case. This use case is using the application and the platform to monitor dialysis patient that are that after the that period have ended, and we began to receive patient in the hospital. The dialysis patient have came back, and actually from that period they were coming back with special permission to take the services here. But between the time that session, usually the dialysis patient have 3 to 4 sessions a week, and between that time it did have an impact that our own dialysis nurses have the ability to establish communication between the patient at home. So they could push a little bit of a questionnaire, small answer, how do you feel, what are this measurement for such and such. Then we establish having that relationship that yes, you are not in the hospital, but we're still trying to get in contact with you. We are establishing the call. It's not the other way around. And that also gained from our side, the team have gained a lot of information. It did have an impact for those patient chosen to be part of that program as a pilot. It was really of benefit for the patient and the team. The other side, once we establish a little bit of baseline, so we know that we could collect information, segregate people and patient into different category. We looked at how could we derive some impact internally inside the facility itself. So as a direction from the management of the hospital, they chose to deliver the staff healthcare services through the same platform, as it is also a control group, and we could do more of research and gathering information. So we start with a simple questionnaire. It is a detailed questionnaire for all the staff to fill, so they could establish a baseline for their health, overall health. It's related to any lifestyle that they are involved in, and it will explain if they are a smoker, if they have with their weight and height, so BMI could be collected, so they could measure that they are within a BMI range. They are susceptible to certain risk factor. And all of those questionnaire has been given to the clinical team, and they have established certain grouping for the staffing inside the organization. So we could deliver awareness and almost like clinical chronic disease management in a way, but in a more productive for the internal staff of the hospital. In that manner, it's also delivered a little bit of knowledge and lesson learned for us. We learned from it, we improved, and we try to move to the next level of following up. That also pushed to establish certain willingness that we could have more services deployed over this platform and this application. Lately, the system is right now used to follow up and monitor COVID patient at home for the entire period of this quarantine at home. And also within that time is established if there is a need to dispatch a team from the home healthcare, that will be done. If there is an emergency, God forbid, that also could be handled. So all of those cases are used for in handling and monitoring illness. The other side, or the last use case, was used for wellness program. So for the staff, it was established that for those segment of staff that are suffering from hypertension or diabetes or other respiratory diseases, they establish a little bit of awareness program, wellness program, look after these certain criteria, try to adjust lifestyle so you could achieve a higher level of wellness. The mother and child program is a newly established program that it will be running in the next period, so that we'll try to onboard potential pregnant ladies, and then we will go through different stages of awareness and engagement between the hospital and the potential mother-to-be. Then not only before the antenatal period and within the antenatal period, and also post-antenatal, as to look after the whole cycle of this situation the mother and child will be in. So I think that is the conclusion of the whole presentation in a sense. The last slide is all about the takeaway. If I could go to the last slide. Okay. The last slide is key concept and takeaways, and I like to give you those to take with you as you end this presentation. It's like when you concentrate on dedicated resources for technology, usually something is missed from the human resources side. It is as critical for any program application to have dedicated technology resources as it is for human resources that dedicated for this project and program. This will quicken the response. It will make sure that the lesson learned is not lost, and you don't need to repeat those activities that you already established and you already have gone through. The other thing is that services need to be established in the most simplest way, and then add more detail and comprehensive services on top of that, so you could move and improve and grow as you go along. The third one is, of course, allow changes and growth and maturity for the project along the way for the team and the different functionality and services that need to be delivered. Having a water flow, approach as a project is not going to be a good fit for this type of, application or project. It's that continuous circle of improvement, adjust and then release, adjust and release. It is that way of, it will improve your moving along to that. Now, the fourth one is, of course, share the scope of service intended for this program for every new member. Because, of course, along the way, new members will join that project and they will come with their own experience of what does, an application should have. And without establishing that these are our objective, these are our scope, or this is where our arena is, it will, cater for a debate once, twice, and more. You remember, and this fifth point is that remember that appointment booking is only the entry point for getting the service. It's not by all means the objective of it. So we don't have an application to get appointment. Appointment is just the first step of that, and it could be replaced with other stuff. So the objective is, of course, to transfer or to change that encounter, the way to deliver healthcare services into more, safe, affordable, accessible, friendly one. That is the ultimate goal. And that's the last point that I want as a takeaway. So for the last slide, I just like to thank you for taking the time to listening to my presentation. If there is any question, and I like to share also my contact with you. Thank you very much.
And I'm delighted to say that Abdulaziz joins us now. He's in Saudi Arabia. I hope you don't mind me telling people where you are. I'm sitting here in the UK. We're going to have a little chat. There have been plenty of questions, as you can probably imagine. You and I were chatting just before we came on air about the development of this technology, and you said a very curious thing. You said patients don't need to see the doctor needs to see the patient. And so many times people try to book appointments. They feel like they physically need to turn up to the clinic, to the surgery, and this new technology, or this technology that is now being made available, means that a lot of the time people don't need to do that. That's got to be a good thing for consumers and for the healthcare industry.
Sure. I think our own thinking of deploying and delivering the service need to be altered with the time. And so we need to be geared up to deliver that type of service in the new packages that really demand it. It's no longer about having the accessibility physically to the patient only, but we could deliver some of those health benefit services without the encounter in physical form.
And that really has become a laser focused issue during the COVID-19 pandemic, hasn't it? Where certainly in many countries, if not all countries, people were actually refused the opportunity to go into hospitals, to go to see their doctors. That wasn't happening because we didn't understand enough about the spread of the disease. And I had a conversation over the telephone with my own doctor, and you were absolutely right. There was no reason for me to actually need to go there. And presumably this will move on quite rapidly, where analysis of symptoms and chat about potential solutions will all take place virtually.
That's absolutely correct. And this is, you need to take a lesson from the experience that we have with COVID. we will only grow as much as the patient or the customer will let us grow. So if they adopt that technology, if they are ready for it, then we could move on it and then we could improve it. And as you can see in my presentation, it's all about that maturity with your own people, with your own technology, and then addressing that service or need for the consumer or the patient or the customer.
And of course, we're talking about the app there, and we'll come back to that. But you and I, we're getting very carried away about the potential. And you pointed to the fact that you're wearing a smart watch, which is monitoring some of your activity and health. Do you see a time where maybe, let's say I connect with the doctor and the doctor said, okay, let me just analyze your data. You're wearing your watch. Yeah, I can see that your blood pressure's low or that your heart rate is high. Is that going to happen?
I think it is within our predicted future that those technology will emerge into a new way of those delivering the services that we are looking for. Again, healthcare is for health wellness. It's not for disease management. It's not prevention of diseases. It's going to, at least those are there, of course, established. But in the long run, we could see that this technology will evolve into something that will give us our, just-in-time information to help us make the decision in life that will increase our wellness, our well-being. And if the situation, as you said, you have your encounter with a doctor over the telephone or virtual present, and then he could analyze the collected data for your profile, and he had the baseline of your DNA, the latest tests that you have, and your activities for the last month or last week, or even for the day. Pretty much, he could make that decision. What is right now happening with you? Are you on the right track of healthcare? Are you need to adjust your behaviors or habits? And then also give you some heads up. You might feel sort of that symptom or the other, because those behavior lead up to that diagnosis or prediction of intended risk that you will go through. I think this is coming in our future, whether we like it or not. I think it will be a great addition for our well-being. We will be looked after. Everybody is busy with their own life. It's good to have somebody looking at your everyday activities, of course, in a secure, confidential way, in the way that we like to handle those information, as usually being handled in healthcare. But that additional assurance that somebody could help me, somebody could take care of me, somebody could guide me for a better behavior, better social life, better socially active life. That is a good indicator of that bright future, inshallah.
Well, we say, don't we, prevention is better than cure, and too often we go to the doctor because we got ill, and then the doctor says, well, of course, you could do with losing some weight, or maybe you need to move around more. But of course, if we're getting alerts before then, and there are apps available that do that say, you're not drinking enough water today, or you haven't taken enough steps. That's certainly on the horizon. You mentioned there the app and data. Let's look at two things. First of all, obviously society needs to move to accept this technology. You were saying to me earlier that technology actually has existed for quite a while. Society needs to catch up. It's not the other way around, which might surprise people. What's the take-up, certainly in the Middle East, the UAE, of people getting this technology either on a smart device or a telephone or wherever they can access it? Are people accepting it now?
I think it is widely accepted for the meantime. I think it will be more accepted in the coming period. As you said, the technology itself for telemedicine was existing farther than 10 years. It was there. We did some practice run that we like to deploy. Maybe, as we discussed earlier, that the infrastructure might be lacking that time, but we did with those programs invested in dedicated infrastructure, and we tried to roll out those telemedicine capability to cover a rare area, and then also to improve on it, so they will have a program aligned with it, so they will have the communication or follow up on the phone itself. But as you said, society usually derive those type of services to be adopted. As any technologist knows that you will have the early adopters, and then you'll have those people that are ahead of the pack that already know about those technology and so forth. But also the majority of the consumer will be relentless to use the technology until it is proven or they have no other way to go around it, and they have to adopt it. It's the introduction of the smartphone, those small devices right now in the hand and pocket of everybody. This is one of the greatest enablers for this technology. Having and adopting new technology is not the common way for the general public, but you could see with this pandemic, they accelerated a lot of innovation to be, very precise for that field, for telemedicine and virtual medicine as well.
Well, certainly getting my elderly father to get a smartphone would be a big challenge. He's still learning how to turn the telly on and off. So there are some challenges with perhaps older populations, maybe populations who perhaps are fearful. Let's talk about that just for the final minute or so. Data protection. Not only is there perhaps a risk that people's data would be stolen by cyber criminals, but also that the technology could be hacked and information sent to people that is incorrect to spread fear and maybe to take control of populations.
That's already a concern, and it should be a concern of one of the top concern of any service provider using the technology to deliver their services. Choosing the right deployment might reduce that attack surface that we are given those attackers or hackers or people that want to hijack this technology for a bad use. I think, as I said, it's picking the right technology, reducing that attack surface is one of the key aspect of moving ahead on utilizing more of the technology itself. Other than that, I think the talk about protection security will take a long time and discussion to cover.
Well, we've hit the final 0 on our countdown clock, but I'm going to be a little bit naughty. I'm going to ask you one more question because I'm fascinated, and this has been asked as well by our audience. You mentioned there about the technology has existed for about 10 years. As an information officer that you probably now can predict the future for us. If we were having this conversation in 10 years' time, would I indeed be talking to you, or would it all be artificial intelligence? How is this going to pan out? What's going to happen in 10 years' time? What can we expect?
Well, I could tell you my prediction of the future. I think it is going to be a positive one. We will have our human interaction, me and you. Our technology will support us in huge way. The introduction of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IoT of all things. It's going to make sure that we will be aware about our situation. We will be guided for the best decision that we could make out of the information that we have already collected and medicated, aggregated, and then put into visualization for us to really consume and make the right decision about it. I think that the future that we are holding, we will be aware about our surrounding. We will be keen of how to make that decision and making the right decision 90% of the time, inshallah.
Wow. I think if I was having a dinner party, I'd have you on my guest list. It'd be fascinating to continue talking to you about what we can expect and the progress. I mean, I mentioned my 92-year-old father. The progress just in his lifetime in healthcare and technology is unbelievable. So exciting times ahead. It's been Great to hear from you. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And I wish you a very happy rest of the day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Have a great day ahead of you. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Really fascinating insight. And who knows where it's going to lead us, although we did get a little idea there. So there we go. We've had a fantastic morning. As I said to you earlier, you can watch either of the sessions that you've seen today again on catch up. If there is some detail that you want to pick up on that maybe you missed, then you can do that via the Future Health YouTube channel. And of course, we're also using the hashtag Arab Health Week. If there's something that you want to raise, then our speakers will pick that up via that hashtag on social media. You saw there as well that personal details were shared on that slide. So do get in touch. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's make sure we build this global community of supportive healthcare professionals. We're already doing that, and we're doing it very effectively, and sharing best practice and just building a more healthy and better future for all of us. We've got plenty more to come, not just today, but also tomorrow. Let's take a look at what's coming up for the rest of today. You'll see that we've got two more sessions, one from the World Health Organization. Michelle and Dr. Ahmed Hankir will be joining us for two presentations and a question and answer session. And that'll be followed by our mental well-being trends in health tech panel. Three fascinating people going to share their visions, what's happening in their world, and also take part in a Q&A. That'll be Ezra, Kieran and Hazel later on. So don't go too far away. We are going to take a little lunch break now, but join us again for those two sessions. But for now, stay connected on the platform. You can carry on networking and chatting there. Grab something to eat, and we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back to Arab Health Week. I'm Dave Sharp, your host and moderator for today's event. Hope you're enjoying it all so far. If you've missed anything, remember you can catch up on the Future Health YouTube channel, all of our sessions, both from today, yesterday, which was brilliant, and our sessions that take place tomorrow will always be on that YouTube channel so that you can catch up. Remember to use all of the facilities on this amazing platform. Connect with each other, chat with each other using the chat box, of course, network with each other. And for our 2 remaining sessions this afternoon, you can pose your questions using the Q&A. And all you do there, type in your question. If there's a burning question that you see there and you think, yeah, I really want the answer to that, you can vote on it and it'll get nudged up. If in all of that you miss out, don't worry, because we're also on social media using the hashtag Arab Health Week. If you go to that hashtag, either on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, you'll find us there and you'll be able to continue the conversation. Today, yesterday and tomorrow is all about creating this global community of healthcare professionals so that we can share best practice, we can collaborate, we can get in touch so that when we meet again in person in the future, we've got that momentum already built up and we're ready to go, hit the floor running. So let's crack on with our next speakers. They're both from the World Health Organization. You'll hear from them both separately, giving presentations. Then there's a chance for me to ask your questions in the Q&A after. First up, you'll hear from Michelle Funk. Michelle is Unit Head of Policy Law and Human Rights for the Department of Mental Health and Substance Use. And then you'll hear from Dr. Ahmed Hankir. He's the Academic Clinical Fellow in General Adult Psychiatry at King's College London. You'll hear both of their presentations and then my chance to chat with them. Enjoy.
It's an honour to participate in this Health Week series, and I want to thank the conference organisers for having created a dedicated space in the agenda to discuss the important issue of mental health and well-being. For my remarks, I'd like to highlight the main issues around stigma and discrimination faced by people with mental health conditions, and then conclude by describing some recent work that the World Health Organization is undertaking to address stigma and discrimination and to introduce a person-centered, holistic and rights-based approach to addressing mental health. The first point I want to make is that the stigma of having a mental health condition and the associated discrimination that results from that stigma permeates all areas of people's lives. And this is true no matter which country or which region of the world people live in. An important cause of stigma is the false but widespread belief that people with mental health conditions are weak, unintelligent, lazy, dangerous, incapable of making their own decisions, and unable to contribute to society. This stigma, which we're talking about, directly leads to discrimination, social exclusion, and harmful treatment practices. Let me provide some concrete examples of this. First, people are unable to access healthcare for addressing their mental health and physical healthcare needs. Mental health services are often not available nor accessible. Also, many people with a diagnosis of a mental health condition have their physical health ignored, as everything becomes secondary to the mental health condition or is attributed to the person's mental health state. As a result, a lot of people are unnecessarily dying because of physical health conditions. Second, in the healthcare services context and also in the community, many people experience violence, abuse, and neglect, including the use of seclusion and restraints, over-medication, and other forms of coercion, all in the name of treatment. Thirdly, people are actively discriminated against in education, in employment, in housing and social services. And the last example I want to mention relates to mental health and guardianship laws in countries which severely restrict people from making decisions on all aspects of their lives. about their treatment, about how they're going to spend their money, about where they want to live, and so on. And instead, we see that decisions are made by others, whether that be a health professional, a family member, or a guardian. And this is extremely dehumanizing for people. So what is the impact of all of this? As you might be able to imagine, this has a profound negative impact on people's lives. The impact is one of overwhelming disempowerment, loss of identity and hope for one's life, isolation and rejection, loneliness, and also self-stigma, feeling worthless, believing the messages and signals from other people that you are a second-class citizen, unable and unworthy of the same rights as others, and unable to contribute and lead a meaningful life. Because of all of this, apart from the profound negative impact on people's quality of life, we also see higher mortality rates. Mortality due to suicide, due to unaddressed physical health problems, and also due to poverty. And a lot of this is because of the consequences of the stigma, discrimination, and violations themselves, nothing to do with actually having a mental health condition. So what needs to be done, and importantly, what is the World Health Organization doing to combat stigma, discrimination, and to promote a holistic approach for people with mental health conditions? The first point is clearly that we need to tackle the stigma, discrimination, and human rights violations head on. We need to change people's mindsets and stigmatizing and discriminatory practices on the ground. We need to do this for all stakeholder groups. People with mental health conditions, so they know what their rights are and can claim them. We need to do this for health professionals, for policymakers, non-governmental organizations, organizations of people with disabilities, for families, and for entire communities, so people can change their attitudes and practices. And we need to do this on a massive scale if we're really going to be able to positively change societal beliefs, values, and mindsets. Reaching handfuls of people through traditional training and teaching methods will not be enough. Only by reaching and influencing thousands of people in and across countries will we be able to reach the tipping point required for sustainable change. All of this is not wishful thinking. The World Health Organization has developed training tools and an e-training platform to address stigma, discrimination, and to promote human rights through its Quality Rights program. These tools work by engaging people to understand these issues on a personal and emotional level through the use of exercises, debates, case studies, and scenarios. This initiative is being rolled out in 10 countries so far, and the WHO Quality Rights e-training platform has already started to reach thousands of people within and across these countries. Nearly 28,000 people are signed up for and are doing the Quality Rights training. In Ghana alone, which was the first to roll out this initiative, around 14,500 people have successfully completed this comprehensive e-training course. What is also really important to note is that the evaluation results of the training to date have demonstrated very real and dramatic changes in the attitudes, mindsets, and practices of health practitioners, families, and people with mental health conditions. Now, a second critical area for action that needs to be taken is to develop services and supports for people with mental health conditions that promote a holistic and recovery-oriented approach. And this means moving beyond a biomedical approach, which focuses solely on diagnosis, medication, and symptom reduction. We need to change how mental health services operate and what they deliver. And in this context, I want to mention some key characteristics required of holistic recovery-oriented services. So firstly, these types of services are about promoting hope and optimism for the future. This means believing that a person's situation or circumstances can change and problems can be overcome. Too often, people are given completely opposite messages that their situation cannot improve. It is so important to nurture people's dreams and aspirations and give people hope for their future. Secondly, they focus on connectedness and inclusion in the community. For example, helping people to reconnect with family and friends, develop new meaningful relationships, connect with peer support groups and other groups in the community. Thirdly, recovery-oriented services help people find meaning and purpose. And this involves supporting people to rebuild their life and gain meaning and purpose according to their own choices and preferences. Fourthly, they work with individuals to explore their identity. And this is a factor so integral to people's recovery. And it means supporting people to accept who they are, as well as to overcome self-stigma, which can often undermine a person's identity. And finally, these types of services help people regain control over their life. This means acknowledging that the person concerned knows what is best for them in their recovery journey, that they are the driver of that journey, and that their will and preferences must be respected. Having said this, I'm very pleased to announce that the World Health Organization has just finalized new guidance for countries to develop community mental health services that implement the holistic and recovery-oriented approach that I've just described. The aim of this new guidance is to show policymakers, service providers and other key actors that such services exist and make a real and positive difference in the lives of people with mental health conditions, and also to inspire them to take action to invest in and develop these services in their countries. In conclusion, addressing stigma, discrimination and violations requires fundamental changes to deeply entrenched attitudes, practices and services. Multiple actions need to be taken. None alone will be sufficient as a solution. Whole systems need to change. And these actions are necessary, not just because they are a good thing to do, but because they are essential to ensuring that people with mental health conditions are no longer treated like second-class citizens, but are instead finally able to enjoy the same rights and freedoms as everybody else. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Dr. Ahmed Hankir. I'm an academic clinical fellow in general adult psychiatry at the Institute of Psychiatry, Psychology and Neuroscience at King's College London. And the title of my talk is The Wounded Healer, Harnessing the Power of the Performing Arts and Storytelling to Challenge Mental Health-Related Stigma. So stigma has been defined as a deeply discrediting attribute that reduces the bearer from a whole and usual person to a tainted and discounted one. The individual is thus disqualified from full social acceptance. So it's a deeply discrediting attribute. And what is that attribute? Well, it could be mental illness, it could be your ethnicity, it could be your faith. And there's a term called intersectionality when you have layer upon layer of deeply discrediting attributes. So that could be, for example, you are from a minority ethnic background and you have a mental health condition. And so that's known as the double stigma. So a survey of over 2,100 female physicians who met the diagnostic criteria for a mental disorder revealed that 50% were reluctant to seek professional help because of a fear of exposure to stigmatization. So 50% of female physicians who met the diagnostic criteria for a mental disorder report that they were reluctant to seek professional help because of fear of exposure to stigmatization. So stigma and a culture of shame are formidable barriers to mental health care services. And consequently, many people, including physicians with mental health difficulties, continue to suffer in silence despite the availability of effective treatment. So many people with a mental health condition continue to suffer in silence despite the availability of effective treatment. And that is outrageous. This is Dr. Daksha Emson. She was a brilliant psychiatrist from a Black, Asian, and minority ethnic background with a mental health condition. And she tragically killed herself and her baby daughter, Freya, during a psychotic episode. An independent inquiry into her death concluded that she was the victim of stigma in the National Health Service in the UK. Succinctly put, stigma is killing people. Stigma is killing people. And we have to do everything in our power to reduce stigma and to break down the barriers to mental health care for people who urgently need them. So stigma is an umbrella term, and it can be deconstructed into three main components: problems of knowledge, ignorance, problems of attitude, prejudice, and problems of behavior, discrimination. Now, this is important when you want to operationalize stigma, when you want to evaluate anti-stigma campaigns, because there are validated psychometric stigma scales in each of those domains. There are three broad approaches to challenging stigma: through protest, through education, and through contact, social contact. And Patrick Corrigan conducted a systematic review and meta-analysis on challenging the public stigma of mental illness, and revealed the most effective way of reducing mental health-related stigma is when you make contact with someone who has recovered from a mental health condition. Why? Because you have preconceptions. And when you meet us, you discover that we have hopes and dreams and strengths and vulnerabilities like everyone else, that we are human beings. So this is Prince Harry, and he was interviewed by Bryony Gordon in The Telegraph, and he was honest and open about his experiences living with psychological problems triggered by the death of his mother, Princess Diana. Mental health charities report there was a surge in the number of people who contacted their information line. Mind, the largest mental health charity in the UK, report a 38% increase in the number of people who contacted their helpline. So, experts by experience like Prince Harry have the power to reduce public stigma. Now, many people ask me, Dr. Hankir, why is mental health related stigma rampant in the Arab world? Mental health stigma is rampant in the Arab world, and people ask me why. And I hypothesize because we don't have a high profile celebrity like Prince Harry, for example, in the Arab world, talking honestly and openly about their mental health difficulties. And until we do, mental health stigma will continue to flourish in the Middle East and North Africa. So how do we react to stigma? We can internalize it and develop self-stigma. We can be indifferent, we don't care. And a third group of us become energized, and we develop a righteous indignation. There's a fire burning in our bellies and thunder in our hearts. We want to be agents of social change, and we want to contribute to this cultural revolution to normalize mental health problems. So many people with a mental health condition often have to choose between concealment and disclosure. So Coming Out Proud, now known as the Honest, Open and Proud is a program that offers support with making this difficult decision, and a randomized controlled trial on Coming Out Proud, published in the British Journal of Psychiatry, revealed it had immediate positive effects on disclosure and stigma stress related variables. So this is a manual. the Honest, Open and Proud Manual for mental health professionals with a mental health condition. And it provides you with guidance on if being honest and open is right for you. It's a personal choice. I have to really emphasize that. So this is Carl Jung. Carl Jung used the term the wounded healer as an archetypal dynamic to describe a phenomenon that may take place in the relationship between analyst and analysand. Jung discovered the wounded healer archetype in relation to himself. For Jung, it is our own heart, it is our own hurt that gives us our measure of our power to heal. It is our own hurt that gives us our measure of our power to heal. The deeper your wound, the more empathetic a healer you are. So, when I was a medical student at the University of Manchester back in 2006, I woke up one morning to discover that my hometown in Lebanon was bombed. My nightmare turned into a reality. My world turned upside down. I saw harrowing and horrific images of dead bodies strewn on the streets of Lebanon. And I reacted. I developed a severe episode of psychological distress. However, debilitating though the symptoms were, the stigma was far, far worse. And the Arabic term we use is majnoon, crazy. This person is crazy. And it's such a stigmatizing term. And I was disconnected from society. I was dehumanized and I was shunned. And fortunately, as a practicing Muslim, I resisted the urge to act upon any thoughts to end my life, because we know that suicide is forbidden in Islam and in the Arab world. These are Muslim majority countries. So our faith is a protective factor. So I gradually recovered, but before I did, I encountered many of these beliefs, these perceptions, these attitudes that people have mental health problems will never recover, that we are doomed to underachievement. Is that a fact, or is it a myth? Well, clearly it's a myth, because not only did I recover and qualify, but I received the Royal College of Psychiatrists Foundation Doctor of the Year Award, and I also received the Royal College of Psychiatrists Core Psychiatric Trainee of the Year Award, and the RC Psych Awards mark the highest level of achievement in psychiatry in the UK. I wasn't only exceeding, I wasn't only excelling, but I was actually the best at what I do. So this is further evidence to debunk the myth that we cannot recover, and we cannot make important and meaningful contributions to our world. So I pioneered an innovative anti-stigma program known as the Wounded Healer. And it contains the key ingredients for anti-stigma programs targeting healthcare providers, as identified by Stephanie Knack. And it's been described as an innovative method of teaching that blends the power of the performing arts and storytelling with psychiatry. The argument we make is, how can you educate an audience if you can't engage them? So we harness the colossal power of the performing arts. I reenact scenes from famous films to entertain and enthrall and engage my audiences. And once engaged, I educate them and I equip them with the facts. And it's delivered by a wounded healer, an expert by personal and professional experience. And I delivered it. These are some of the flyers that were designed by the medical students in universities throughout the UK. And this is some of the feedback that we've received. It's exceptionally positive. Some more feedback. This is in London. And it's been delivered to over 75,000 people in 18 countries and 5 continents worldwide. This is the global footprint of the Wounded Healer. And I delivered the Wounded Healer as a grand rounds in Cornell Medical School at the teaching hospital, Sidra Hospital in Doha, in Qatar. This was under the auspices of the World Psychiatric Association. And we're having a discussion with the medical students. So this is facilitating contact. Remember, the most effective way of reducing stigma is when you make contact with someone who has recovered from a mental health condition. So this is an example of how we can reduce mental health related stigma in the Arab world. Remember, mental health stigma is rampant in the Arab world, and people who have recovered from a mental health condition have the power to reduce stigma. So we're making some progress, but there's still plenty more work to be done. And this was an article published in the Gulf Times. I delivered the Wounded Healer at the Qatar National Library, so we engaged with the public. Again, the feedback that we received was exceptionally positive, and you can see the headline for this article, "Mental distress is nothing to be ashamed about." So I was described as an activist, which I do identify as an activist. So take-home messages. Stigma is a major barrier to mental health care services. It is rampant in the Arab world. Experts by personal and professional experience, also known as wounded healers, have the power to reduce stigma because we can draw on both our personal expertise and on our professional expertise. And more robust research on stigma in the Middle East and North Africa region is urgently needed. Thank you very much.
Two people crawl into two different mental health services. They both have dirt underneath their fingernails from when they clawed their way up, only to find they were still so far beneath rock bottom that the air was too stifling to ask for help. One of the people is offered an outstretched hand and a listening ear. They are given a tea with 2 sugars, just how they like it, and all the time in the world to tell their story. The room is as warm as the nurse's voice, and every decision is their own choice. The other person is given an unmarked pill bottle and a door that they don't have the key for, a meal they don't like, and a clock counting down to hopelessness. What happens to a person when they are treated as less than human? When they are treated like a tranquilized problem that needs to stay docile and become more prisoner than participant? In services where there are maroon-soaked nail marks in filth-ridden rooms, where restraint bruises are burned into shaking wrists, where people become a watered-down version of themselves. In cities, both flourishing and struggling, mental health services are turning away from respect and refusing to look human rights in the eye. Abuse, both screaming and silent, can be found in all corners of the world. How many times can a person be told they don't matter before they start believing it? This is not a problem tucked away in a shadowy part of the world. It's not a monster under someone else's bed. This is a problem within arm's reach, and we already have the instruction manual of how to put humanity into healthcare. There are too few services around the world where people are the heart of policy. These places are few and far between, but they are a shining beacon of hope to those who ask for help. Where professionals ask instead of tell. Where professionals treat the person and not just the symptoms. There are services which have been built by the people who once needed them. And clearly marked maps showing you how to step back into the community, allowing the people who asked for help to shape the path back into society. People remember when they are told that they are more than an illness. They will remember the power of their own name, and their problems will still be part of them, but not the part that wins. When respect and dignity are at the heart of healthcare, there are no shadowy corners or filth-encrusted beds, no bloody sheets and echoes of confused cries, no workers turning a blind eye. Nobody gets left behind in the dark as corners are cut. When consent is the only non-negotiable thing, we can build a system that heals more than it hurts. The power to save lives has been placed in our palms. You can reach into the tear-stained earth and pull life from the soil. You can be the difference between a life and a body. You can stop another success story from becoming an obituary, so another person doesn't crouch in the shower at the end of the day and try to scrub abuse from their skin, so they can walk back into society with dignity, to a life that they forgot they deserved. When human rights are the foundation of healthcare, you will save more than lives. We will save dreams, memories, passion and purpose. You can stop someone else's time from running out. We can save thousands more stories if we just act now.
And I'm delighted to say that Michelle and Ahmed join us now live for our Q&A. Thank you guys, really powerful video there, powerful presentations from both of you, but also hopeful. We talk more about mental health, certainly in the UK, than we used to, but there's a lot more that we can do, isn't there, Michelle?
Absolutely. And I think what's been really, we always have to look at some positive aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and certainly what's come from that is a much more awareness around mental health, what causes mental health problems, and that we urgently need to address this as an important health and social issue.
And Ahmed, of course, you've gone on an education program, which is all about destigmatizing and tooling people up, I guess, and raising awareness. But that needs to be rolled out worldwide, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we need to harness the power of technology. We need to digitize anti-stigma interventions so we can reach out to as many people as possible, so that we can instill into the hearts and minds of people the seeds of hope, because many people with mental health conditions, they can succumb to despair. And so we need to collectively normalize mental health conditions, and we need to debunk the many myths that abound, because the reality is that people with mental health conditions, we can recover.
And that's the message of hope, isn't it? This idea that we can recover. Michelle, people always ask, wherever services are concerned, but there's a cost, that there needs to be funding. I mean, there are things that all of us can do that cost nothing to improve the situation, but it does always seem to come back to funding and maybe expecting, organizations to take the lead, but actually communities, individuals, society can take the lead. Does funding matter?
Well, actually, funding does matter. And certainly the message I would like to give is that governments really do need to invest in mental health. They need to invest in developing good quality mental health services that are really putting people first in the picture, and that are really providing a holistic approach to helping people with their problems, just rather than focusing on a very narrow medical approach, which is just focusing on diagnosis and symptom reduction. So we need services that are looking more at the context of the person in their life, their challenges, and helping them overcome them, bringing hope that they can recover and have a very fulfilling and meaningful life. So yes, governments have to invest more in mental health, but there's also a lot that individuals and communities can do. First of all, everyone has a responsibility to understand mental health, to reflect on their own mental health, to then also just learn as much as possible about it, and then to be there for their friends, for their family, people in their environment, to be able to listen to people if they're experiencing challenges, if they notice that people are showing signs of distress, they need to be there, listen and be non-judgmental, and also have a good idea of what resources are out there in the community that people can go to if they need more support.
Ahmed, you talk a lot about education, and that builds on what Michelle said there, is that, those days And I remember them well of, you know, toughen up, be a man in my case, you know, big boys don't cry, all of these sayings that my generation grew up with, which meant that we do bottle things up. And we know that male suicide, you mentioned in your presentation about suicide, male suicide, certainly in Western culture, between a certain age is predominant. It's one of the worst causes of death, you know, or the leading causes of death, certainly here in the UK. So we talk about education, but then we have to balance that against some forces that are actually perpetuating mental health issues. I'm talking about social media, of course, you know, people having to feel like they need to comply, or they're being bullied online, or they body shaming, things like that. There's a real challenge here, isn't there, even though we want to do the right thing?
Absolutely, absolutely. But with every challenge, there's an opportunity. Now, I want to be abundantly clear. There is no health without mental health. What is mental health? Mental health influences how we feel, think, talk, and behave. It influences our mood, our memory, our motivation. We are utterly beholden to the power and mercy of our minds. Now, there is this toxic masculinity that permeates the Middle East and North Africa region, and not just MENA, but throughout the world. We need to change the narrative about what it means to be strong. And seeking help is a sign of strength. It's not a sign of weakness. We cannot bottle all of these emotional problems that we have, and the mental health problems and the psychological problems, but we need to be able to talk about these, because when you express yourself, and I'm certainly talking on behalf of myself, expressing myself can be hugely empowering, dignifying, therapeutic, and even cathartic. So there is no shame in experiencing mental health difficulties, and there's certainly no shame talking about them.
Michelle, when we look at mental health across the globe, it feels a little bit disproportionate between male and female, between cultures, between countries, between age groups, and maybe between classes as well. It's not a single approach to this, is there?
No, well, we see a great deal of variance in people experiencing mental health issues across different regions and parts of the world. There are different challenges that people are facing in different countries. I mean, for sure, when people are exposed to poverty, to violence, to internal conflicts, all these are factors that are going to worsen people's mental health. And, you know, they're real challenges that people are facing. It doesn't mean that people are mentally ill or crazy, but they really have a lot of things to deal with in their life. And in fact, their mental health responses are quite often very normal reactions to very real situations. So if we're going to address if we're going to address mental health, we have to address the situations that people are finding themselves in. We also, so that's, you know, mental health, and the challenges are going to differ according to the different countries. We also see, you know, mental health challenges tend to increase with older people in certain countries, and a lot of, and again, there's always an interaction with the country and the region and the social dynamics in a country. So, you know, in high income countries where, you know, families are not as cohesive as they may have been in the past, or in different cultures, you see a lot of older people who are living on their own, being isolated without the sort of community contacts that they may have had in their younger days. And this is a huge cause of mental health issues with older populations. So different population age groups have different mental health challenges, and so do the different regions. And any mental health intervention or strategy that's put in place needs to be very sensitive to the specific challenges of the different groups. But for all, you know, what I want to say is that stigma and discrimination is an issue across all ages and all cultures and all regions. And unless we can address stigma and discrimination, we can't really build a system that's going to be helpful and supportive to people.
And that's where governments and organisations can step in. Ahmed, you mentioned there the responsibility that people should take on board to recognise whether someone else is struggling, someone they know, and then maybe reach out to them. But how do we recognise it in ourselves? Is there a self-assessment? Because I guess that if we were all honest, there have been times where we think, am I having a breakdown here? Am I okay? I don't think I am, but I'm not sure. And I spoke to a friend of mine who said, oh, well, if you went to the doctor here in the UK, they'd ask you a list of questions, which might include things like, do you sleep well? You know, those sort of things. And someone even suggested that artificial intelligence might be used, that you'd be able to chat to a bot, and based upon your answers, you'd be able to self-diagnose. Is that how things are heading? How would I know if I'm struggling, if I've not been taught about this stuff?
I think it's a very important point that you're making. There's something called mental health literacy, which is the knowledge and beliefs about mental disorders or mental health conditions, which aid their recognition, management, and prevention. And the mental health literacy levels, certainly in the Arab world, are low. So we need to engage with the public and educate them. And by we, I mean mental health professionals, but at the level of the individual. I mean, there are 3 vital signs of psychic life. The body has vital signs, your respiratory rate, your heart rate, your temperature, for example. So these are the 3 vital signs of psychic life. The first one is turmoil. You might be experiencing some inner storm in your mind. So that's the first vital sign. The second one is ambivalence. You might love something, but you might also hate something. So these 2 opposing emotions. And the third one is introspection. And if you're engaging in excessive introspection, then you have to press the pause button or press the brakes and take stock. Now, the best recourse is to seek help. And remember what I said, seeking help is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. Seek help from, it could be your family doctor. A majority of mental health problems are managed in the community. So also try not to internalize the public stigma, because this is what we're doing, and we develop self-stigma. And we can also be in denial because of the shame and the stigma. And lastly, I'll say, if you've noticed any distress, so there's overlap between distress and turmoil, emotional turmoil. If you've noticed any impairment in your functioning, and by that I mean, for example, if at work you are getting into more arguments with colleagues, or you're not performing as high as you usually do, then you need to, as I said, press the brakes, take stock, and in the same way that you would get a physical health checkup with your family doctor or your GP, you should also get a mental health checkup with your family doctor or your GP. And they might ask you some questions from some validated tools and instruments, the patient health questionnaire, PHQ-9, for example, and they'll ask about your sleep. They'll ask about your appetite. They'll ask about your mood. And so it's important to be honest and open when answering these questions, and to really emphasize, there is no shame. We wouldn't hesitate to talk to somebody about our tennis elbow, but yet we'd hesitate to talk about our psychological problems. And that's the disparity of esteem at the level of the individual. And that needs to change.
Yeah, and of course there needs to be some long-term support as well, because people often report that they feel well and then they feel like they may have recovered like you did, but there could be incidents that just spark it off again later in life, like bereavement or losing a job or other issues, or war, things that you've seen and witnessed. Michelle, final question. We're slightly running out of time, but is there some crossover as well to the now more recognised brain diseases like dementia, Alzheimer's? My mum, sadly, a couple of years ago said to me, David, I don't feel right. I said, well, you are acting a bit strange. But she was able to get a diagnosis. Sadly, it was Alzheimer's. But, years ago, that would have gone under the radar, and as use your word, Ahmed, she'd have been classed as crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, people who will have neurological diseases, as you say, like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, they're going to be some mental health symptoms, depressed mood, fatigue, confusion. But just to say that that's very different from someone who's has a mental health condition or is feeling low. And it's really, and most people won't have Alzheimer's or neurological disease. So, but just to remember that mental health conditions are not brain diseases. They're not chemical imbalances. And I think that's really important to take note of.
And that's a perfect way to conclude. I'm so pleased you said that, because I think we're trying to demystify the whole topic. At least we're talking about it. That's a brilliant start. There's so much more that we can do. It's superb that the World Health Organization and people like you and the bodies that you represent are taking the lead on this. And I want to thank you for doing that, because I think at some point we would all probably raise our hand and say, yeah, it's probably affected me or someone I know or love. So thank you so much for joining us. I've told everybody today that they can watch both of your presentations on Catch Up on the Future Health YouTube channel and reach out to you and stay in touch. So thank you both for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Fantastic to get these people involved. What we've done over these few days is just get some fabulous experts who can share their opinions, their ideas. But of course, a lot of the expertise lies on this platform with you, the listener, the people who are taking part, the people who are connecting with each other. You probably have an opinion, you may have some thoughts, you may have seen some best practice, and we encourage you to share that on this platform using the chat, using the connection tools, and also using the hashtag Arab Health Week. Let's keep the conversation going, particularly on mental health issues. So important, but at least we are talking. We're going to stay on the theme of mental well-being, as we're now using the phrase. We're going to look at trends in health tech. We've got a panel of 3 people who I'm going to speak to later on. You're going to hear from each of them first. First up will be Ezra Baikal. She's the co-founder and CEO of Mood Care. Then Kieran O'Neill, the founder of Total Mental Performance, will do a live presentation. And then we'll finish with a little video from Hazel Gale. She's done her pre-recorded presentation. Hazel is the co-founder and CEO of Mind Monsters Games. The 3 of them will join me for a chat to answer your questions. So do please keep them coming in after we've seen each of their contributions. Let's look at them now.
Hi everyone, this is Ezra Baikal. It's great to be here with you in Arab Health Week. And today I will be talking about the digitalization of well-being and mental health, and how we can use technology in order to fill the gaps within the mental health industry. So before I will jump to the topic, I would like to just introduce myself. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mood Care, mental well-being and self-therapy app. Mood Care is a mindfulness-based cognitive behavioral mental self-help tool that is supporting the mild depression and anxiety problems. So let's begin. So I would like to firstly start with why the digital mental health care is important now. So before the pandemic time, when we look at the trends, we already had that individuals were facing with many behavioral mental disorders like depression, anxiety, body image disorders were already in rise. And during the pandemic time, those problems increased in a huge number of ways. They are surged a lot. So according to the McKinsey's data, in United States, individuals reported the symptoms of anxiety and depression 3 times more than pre-pandemic levels. And another very concerning data is that individuals reporting the suicidal ideations increased 2.8 times more and as of May 2021. So it's such a recent data. And when we look at the annual drug overdose deaths, as of October 2020, those data increased like 30%. And in general, the number of individuals that need behavioral health support increased like 50%. So we see a huge surge on the demand from the individual side that they are in need of different mental health support. However, data also shows that the total claims for behavioral health services in 2020 comparing to 2019 declined 8%. So this shows that even though the need is there, the current services, we cannot utilize the current services effectively. Of course, there are different factors why this is happening. Cost is one of them, the shortage of therapists, and also the public stigma are, a couple of factors that are limiting the access of mental health care. And I would like to talk a little bit about from different angles, like consumers and institutions, how are they approaching to this situation? So from the consumer side, what we see is that the adoption of the digital services on the traditional treatments are increasing, such as telehealth. People are getting used to the idea of meeting with their therapist or the psychiatrist on the online channels. Another thing that we also see that the stigma on mental health is in decline. So people start to accept the conditions, start to share this and talk about that within their network. So we start to overcome the stigma on mental health, which is a good thing. And the demanding consumers are also demanding better employee mental health coverage from their employees. And I would like to also look from the institution side how they are approaching to this situation. And I would like to give example from the United Arab Emirates. The Ministry of Health and Prevention, MOHAP, initiated the new telemental health and also psychiatric emergency services at the very beginning of the pandemic in 2020. So United Arab Emirates is one of the early adopters of technology on the healthcare ecosystem in UAE. And also we see that employee well-being programs are launched, the different kind of toolkits were spread to the employees. And when we look at from the technology enabler side, we see some movements from Apple and Google. Apple just announced a couple of weeks ago that in the Worldwide Developer Conference is that in iOS 15, the new features that are connected to mental health will be launched. Those are like focus features, securing the healthcare data sharing features, and also new healthcare insights and different kind of reportings. And from the Google side, Google partnered with the National Alliance of Mental Health, Mental Illness, in order to provide scientifically backed and reliable resources for the users who are having depression and anxiety problems, such as scoring, like depression scoring, anxiety scoring. And how the industry is responding to this change. As I mentioned earlier that currently the traditional methods are not utilized with its full effectively. We don't utilize them. And different kind of approaches are trying to fill the gap in the industry. One thing is telehealth. We see that the telehealth is, growing all over the world. Like patients see doctors, therapists online, on demand. One very good example is from Ginger in United States. And the self-therapy tools are also emerging. Like the people who don't want to get just counseling from someone else can have those self-help tools and try to overcome the mild disorders by themselves. One example is our company Mood Care. We use evidence-based therapeutic interventions so that users can use their own convenience to tackle with those problems. Third thing is the digital therapeutics. The prescription of health apps that are targeting the specific disorders are emerging, and Germany and United States are pioneers. Just a couple of months back, Germany launched that those mental health apps can be prescribed as a medicine, and Deprexis is one of the example of that segment. And also we have well-being tools like mindfulness, sleep, and meditation apps like Calm, which had a little bit longer, older history. And I was talking about employee well-being. It became more and more important. According to the McKinsey survey, 23% of people in the workplace have depression. And out of this 23% of people are losing their productive times 5 times more than other employees. So it's a huge number. And also they are missing the work 2 times more. So employee well-being is not about only, it's not only the right thing to do, but it is also having a business outcome. Better support brings better business and more effective outcomes on the business. And we have different perspectives from employee side and the CEO side. According to Ginger Search, we see that 96% of the CEOs think that they are doing enough for their employees' mental well-being. However, from the employee side, they only agree like 69%. And I would like to talk a little bit about mood care, like how are we addressing this mental health problem in the world. Mood care is the mindfulness-based cognitive therapy app that is helping users to manage mild depression, anxiety, and other behavioral conditions. It is developed by psychologists, and we are utilizing artificial intelligence and science-backed cognitive behavioral therapy techniques. In the fourth screen, as you can see here, we have a chatbot that users can engage with this chatbot about the emotional situations, and based on the emotional stage, mood care is suggesting different kind of CBT tools, CBT activities, so that people can practice on their own. And we have behavioral educational programs and regular mental health reports in order to show to our users that they can see their progress within their own data. And we have a freemium business model. We have free and premium versions. During pandemic time, we decided to become very generous about our free version. We have the AI-driven chatbot, mindfulness exercises, behavioral educational programs, reports and insights, and a couple of different CBT tools in order to help people to manage the mental problems and mental disorders. And in the premium version, users can access to services in a full service. So that's all from my end. I'm happy to get connected about and discuss more about the situation. Let's overcome together this problem and just fix it. Please feel free to get connected with me through LinkedIn and via my email. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kieran. I'm from Total Mental Performance, and today we're running quite an interesting workshop, and it's all about imposter syndrome, comparison syndrome, and understanding how technology is kicking things off with that. So, top level, who even is this guy? So I'm Kieran, I'm the founder of Total Mental Performance, and I'm a mental performance coach. So my background is 8 years in international boxing on the England team, spent 6 years in software sales. And it was in those arenas where I really figured out the pressures of being a high performer, all about mindset and understanding how do things work. Some of the big wins. So when I was 17, I sold £500,000 in new business, made the England team, was 6th in the UK and fought around the world. Some of the lows of that journey were severe anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, At one point, I had an eating disorder. I was £15,000 in debt, living on my auntie's sofa in a one-bedroom flat in South London. Had a really, really tough period. And through that, I started to understand the power of mental health, mental performance, and understanding psychology. So, first of all, why mindset and why think about mental health? And this is on an individual level. Because I don't know about you guys, but if we go back to school, we weren't necessarily taught about mindset. We weren't taught about how to manage our emotions, how to think, how to actually look after ourselves. It's something that we've been thrown out into the big wide world. Think about, imagine having a Ferrari in your mind, and that's how powerful our minds are, and just never having been given the instructions how to drive it. So mindset is something that we often overlook, and it just isn't looked after. And the thing is, we all suffer from the common human neurosis, which is the fear of not being good enough, the fear of not being lovable, the fear of not being accepted. And in today's world, with technology always blasting messages at us, which is, buy this thing, you're not good enough, be better looking, be faster, be smarter, be a bigger, higher achiever, it's all pushing on this deeper fundamental feeling of not feeling good enough, not feeling lovable. And if you think about technology and the world that we're in, it's always pushing on those buttons to get us to buy things or behave in certain ways. So this often leads to two things, and we're going to talk about them both, which is imposter syndrome and comparison syndrome. And they get bandied around a lot, but we don't actually always understand, well, what is that and how does that look like? So here are some of the whispers and some of the signs of imposter syndrome. So some of these feelings can be, I don't deserve to be here. That's a really big one. Achieving something and going, instead of understanding and accepting how well you did, just going, yeah, but I got lucky, you know, I didn't really deserve that victory, or yeah, it wasn't me, it was just the circumstances. Nothing's ever good enough, whether it's yourself, whether it's everything around you, whether it's the outcomes. General thoughts of, I can't do this. We're getting the stimulus in from the external world, and we start doubting ourselves. We start thinking, I don't know if I can do this. Can I pull this off? I'm not really sure. I'm not as good as others say. So this is a really big one that we see. So we're getting the external world is giving us feedback of saying, you're doing really well, you're achieving, this is amazing. But actually the internal narrative is, yeah, but I'm not as good as they really say, or if they really knew me, they wouldn't feel that way. This one's a really big one in personal relationships, which is they only love me because they haven't realized I'm bad. And all of these different things are all driving different thoughts, different processes, and different emotions. I'm going to get found out. That's another really, really big one that can creep up on people. So I'd like to refer back to the DILT model to understand, okay, well, where does this really come from? So running through these very quickly, working from identity down, we often, when things are tough and things aren't going our way, we'll often blame our environment. So starting from the bottom up, our environment is everything we have around us, all the people in our lives, all the different inputs, our actual physical environments, the companies that we work at. Then we have our behaviors in those environments. So how we're responding to that, how we're communicating, the decisions that we're making. Then above that, we have our capability or our skills. So this is the actual skills that we have, or our potential to go and get those skills and go and achieve. Then we have beliefs. So this is beliefs about ourselves, beliefs about how the world works. Then we have values, so things that are important to us both internally and externally. On top of that, we have identity, and identity is I am good, I am bad. It could be, for me, for many years, it was I'm an international fighter, I am a business owner, I am an entrepreneur. So these are the sorts of things that are going on up here. And then on top we have vision, and vision really is the last final piece. So when it comes to imposter syndrome, often what's happening is, instead of us blaming our environments or looking externally at what's not working, we need to go to the top. We need to go to identity, because often what will happen is we blame our environment, so we try and change it. We'll change our environment so we feel amazing for about a month, 2 months, maybe 3 months, but then the same imposter syndrome issues start cropping up. And if we look down and work our way from the top to the bottom, so on that identity level, somebody that has an identity level statement of I'm not good enough is going to impact their beliefs, what they believe about themselves, what they believe about the world and how that works. The things that person values is going to be very different to somebody whose identity statement is I am enough, or I am strong, or I can do this. That then impacts their capabilities, their skills, so their actual potential. Somebody that doesn't believe that they can do it, or doesn't believe that they have that opportunity to get there, is going to then behave in a different way. So then when they're in those environments, the way they're behaving just isn't matching up to the way that they want to. So this is kind of where a lot of this stuff starts to come from. It starts to come from those underlying scripts written in the back of our subconscious that's pushing that message of, I'm not good enough and I can't do this. So here's an example. So the guy on the left has just won a really, really big fight in an army barracks. He's beat the Combined Services champion. He's booked to go fight in the Echo Arena. And at the end of that fight, didn't feel good enough. Even though I'd won every single round, I felt like I got lucky. I got lucky with the draw. It just wasn't there. Guy on the right, he's for that sport, massively overweight, turned up last minute. And the key shift between these two is the guy on the left, even though he won, felt like a loser. The guy on the right, even though he got beat, actually he really enjoyed the fight and he performed much better with 3 weeks notice. And that all came from up here and shifting that imposter syndrome and understanding, oh, okay, I can do this and it doesn't mean that I'm a failure. Actually, I can do this because I love it. So that's just a quick example of how shifting that can change things. So what can you actually do about it? And this is compulsory reading. So Mindset by Carol Dweck will help you rewire your mind and understand how you're processing things from a imposter syndrome perspective, whether you've got a growth mindset, so everything's an opportunity to learn and get better, or whether it's a fixed mindset, insofar as my abilities are very limited and I can achieve so much. Then we have self-authoring. So this is an amazing tool for you to reprocess your past, your present, and your future. And it will help you understand, where does that imposter syndrome come from? What's driving that? And then also developing a future that can be very different. Then we have working with an expert. So that's whether that's a mental performance coach, a total mental performance, a therapist, another executive coach, working with somebody else to have that external view to help you process all of that can really change the game. So, comparison syndrome. What are some of the signs? Seeing other people doing really well, and instead of feeling inspired and happy for them, you start feeling bad about yourself. Why are they seeing results and I'm not seeing results? So seeing others and comparing, oh, well, what am I doing that they're not doing, and vice versa, and getting really stuck in that headspace. Getting stuck in the mind of everybody else has their shit together and they know what they're talking about and they really have everything perfect, and you don't. The thing is, everybody's feeling stressed, anxious, afraid. They have their doubts. Nobody has their stuff together 24/7. And getting stuck in comparison syndrome, we can often assume that everybody else, whether that's competition, colleagues, friends, family, they've all got it there, but they're not, and they don't. Measuring your own self-worth on somebody else's net worth, and comparing yourself to people on the internet. And this one is really, really big, particularly if we look at how the world and society is set up today. So why is imposter and comparison syndrome so much more prominent these days? And it's really simple. The world has changed. So if we think about us as human beings, our physiology and our psychology has taken, depending on who you believe, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, something even a million years to actually get us to this point. But think about how fast our environments have changed in the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 25 years. The world has changed so fast, and our physiology and our psychology hasn't had a chance to adapt and actually catch up with that. And another thing that has also changed is the technology landscape. So if we use the example of keeping up with the Joneses, it was really, really easy, say 30, 40, 50 years ago, to really only compare yourself to your neighbors and maybe the newspaper, because they were so far away. There was such a psychological distance between people in the papers or on the news and how you're doing in your part of the world. It really didn't matter. Whereas if you look at things now, things are very, very, very different, because on the internet, we can log into our phones and it's almost like we've got a window into the Joneses next door, but the Joneses aren't genuinely next door. It'll often be a crazy high achiever. Maybe it's a very young football player that's making tons of money and he's a super high scorer. And you're thinking, oh my God, I can't compare to that. Business people that are setting up businesses and doing really well. These sort of 0.1% outliers are being pushed everywhere because it's so accessible, and that becomes the norm. So when we don't compare to, these crazy supermodels, these super billionaires, these overachievers, it's really, really hard, and it's really, really easy for us to look inwards and say, I'm not enough, or why can't I have that? And that's really where you're starting to see the world of technology change. Some of it's been for good, but some of it, if we're constantly getting messages of, you know, I'm achieving, what are you doing? Everything's great for me, what are you doing? That's where things start to get really difficult, and they start to pull on this comparison syndrome and on the imposter syndrome. And that's where really, if we look at technology as a whole, it's not always been our friend. And whilst we can build businesses, we communicate in ways that has been amazing, at the same time, again, it is, if you're being bombarded with messages of you're not good enough, you can't do this, or even just seeing other people being successful all of the time, and you're not competing in the same spaces, it's very easy for us to start comparing. So again, what can you do about it? If you get triggered by imposter or comparison syndrome, look inwards and ask yourself, instead of they have triggered me, or oh, I've seen this and it makes me feel bad, or whatever, look inwards and ask yourself, what part of me was triggered? Which part of me was getting triggered by that comparison syndrome, by that imposter syndrome? What is it within me? And take control of that, because it's a lot more empowering to go, okay, a part of me hasn't responded well to that, versus blaming everybody else in your environment. Oh, well, they're lucky because they did this, or well, they don't have it as hard as me, or they don't have this or that, or whatever. Actually looking inwards and asking what part of us is being triggered is one way, which can lead to profound mindset shift. Manage your inputs, so making sure that everything that's coming into your world, whether that's on your social feeds, the news that you read, the media formats that you consume, just making sure that all of those aren't going to be triggering you, and understanding that you don't necessarily need to know what everybody's up to. You don't need to know the ins and outs of what everybody in your space is doing. It's good to have your ear on the ground and understand what's going on, but don't get consumed and don't get stuck in that. And this is really about being the captain of your own ship. And if we think about a yacht, and if we think about a harbour, there's lots of different ships and lots of different yachts in there. And if you find yourself comparing to others, if you imagine that you're your own super yacht, and next to you is going to be a rowing boat, and next to you could be a cruise liner, and there could be a speedboat. And what's interesting is we're all comparing, and the rowing boat is looking at the speedboat and going, I'm never going to be as fast. The speedboat's looking at the cruise liner and it's going, I'm never going to be as powerful. The cruise liner is looking both at the speedboat and at the rowing boat and thinking, I'm never going to be as free as the rowing boat, and I'm never going to be as fast as that. How do I compete? And the funny thing is, they all have different journeys, they all have different destinations, so they're not even going to the same places. Yet because they're in the same harbour or in the same part of the ocean, they're all getting distracted. So if you can be the captain of your own ship and think about your destination and think about what strengths and skills and values that you have, and really own that, whenever that does come in, instead of getting distracted by the other boats, it can be a lot easier and simple. And another, again, working with an expert, somebody else that can ask the hard questions that can help you really understand what it is that's driving these behaviors, these thoughts, these feelings, these doubts, to help process all of that. And then manage your outputs, just understand what the ins and outs of that you need to do in order to get to your destination, and don't get distracted. So break it down on a behavioral basis. So as I understand, we're not going into Q&A, we'll be going into the panel in a moment. But everyone, it's been an absolute pleasure. If you have any questions, feel free to email me on this, www.totalmentalperformance.com. I'm also on LinkedIn, just search Kieran Luis O'Neill. But yeah, if anybody's interested in actually exploring and working with an expert themselves, so here at Total Mental Performance, we work with high performers, and we help them manage challenging emotions, break through self-limiting beliefs to avoid personal and commercial failure, but also to hit peak performance. So that's it from me. I'm happy to wrap up the presentation. Next, we've got a very, very special speaker, and her name is Hazel Gale. She's very special to me. I've worked with her for many, many years, and she completely changed the game in my performance, in the way that I see myself, and I pinned to a lot of the success we've had so far at TMP, and just generally for me in life. So you guys are in for a real treat.
My name's Hazel Gale. I'm a therapist, author, and social entrepreneur building wellness apps for a better, healthier future. I took a meandering path to get to where I am now. As a young person, I was all about creativity. I was a singer for a while, and then I got a degree in fine art. But somewhere in my mid-20s, after coming through a difficult time, I found myself in a kickboxing dojo learning to fight. I wanted to prove beyond any measure of doubt that I was the strong, successful person that deep down I needed to believe I could be. Now, I guess on paper I achieved this. I won world and European and national titles across the sports of boxing and kickboxing. But those victories meant very little in the end, because the effort it took me to get there brought me to my knees. I burnt out emotionally and physically, and I wound up feeling weak, lost, depressed, and desperate. This was the polar opposite of what I was aiming for. After that, it was therapy that got me back to my feet and back into the ring. But ultimately, those few years of introspection changed my entire worldview by getting me back in touch with myself, with my needs, my values, and also my creativity and my enjoyment of life. So I left boxing behind peacefully in 2014 after training as a practitioner. And now I devote my time to helping others win their own emotional battles. And right now, in order to do this, I'm developing an app called Betwixt, which is a wellness app with a difference. My team have been working on Betwixt for 2 years, and we firmly believe that digital media is the future of mental health, but that there are some key changes that need to be made before we can make it happen. So before I tell you what we're doing differently with Betwixt, I want to talk a little about what's wrong with what's out there at the moment. The main problem is that the digital world thrives on engagement, but wellness apps are not currently that engaging. Not enough, anyway. Researchers found significant dropout rates for computerized CBT, which is the most common kind of online resource out there. And one large UK trial concluded that people simply don't stick with these apps for long enough to gain any meaningful kind of benefit. As it turns out, making a truly engaging health app is not a straightforward matter. And strategies that might work in other domains can actually backfire when it comes to wellness and self-care. So take gamification, for example. Most gamified experiences rely on just a small fraction of game design elements such as points and badges. But these miss the deeper, richer parts of play that make games truly enjoyable rather than just addictive. The ignored, richer elements include things like story and world building, exploration, aesthetics, and a sense of real connectedness. So while standard gamification can work really well for fitness apps, where competition and leaderboards feel appropriate, a 2013 study revealed that participants found that, quote, points, rewards, and achievements were a poor fit in the context of mental wellness and mindfulness. I think the truth is you simply can't treat deeply personal issues as something to gamify without trivializing them. Now, like gamification, AI chatbots have run into a similar kind of problem. They promise an engaging therapeutic experience, but this isn't happening yet. Despite enormous potential, current AI can only mimic conversation on a superficial level. It's enough if you want to have a chat about the weather, but not so much if you're pouring your heart out and need to be heard. So as a result, therapeutic conversations with AI can feel shallow and generic. All too often, the most you can really hope for is a pep talk from a cute critter. This might sound innocuous, but in a sensitive context like mental health, a small mishap can make a real problem. For example, when told, "I'm depressed," one chatbot responded dismissively with, "Maybe the weather is affecting you." This simply isn't good enough. Finally, there is another largely ignored issue with mental health apps, and that's that despite best efforts, they can be stigmatizing. In a 2016 paper, clinical psychologist Dr. David Bakker writes that, quote, users who are experiencing low levels of a disorder might feel labeled by an app that assumes they have a clinical diagnosis. Self-stigma from this labeling can be harmful, lowering self-esteem and self-efficacy. So what is the way forward for mental health tech? How can we design solutions that foster meaningful engagement? My team at Betwixt has been researching this particular question for years. And after what I've just said, the conclusion we've arrived at might come as a bit of a surprise. But what we're drawing on to make this app work is actually gaming. But in particular, it's the traditionally niche and maybe somewhat nerdy world of narrative gaming. We've arrived at this conclusion because games, as opposed to gamification, are not only a chief source of entertainment for 3 billion people on the planet, but also that for thousands of years, play and fiction have been how we've made sense of ourselves. So Betwixt is a game app, but it's one that fuses story, fantasy, psychology, and play to help people feel excited and gripped by the process of developing emotional self-awareness and mental resilience. The setting is key. So to give you a taste of what I'm talking about, I'd like you to imagine that you've found yourself in a strange, frozen world where the air is cold and the snow is thick and the wind howls over an endless white plain. It would be easy to feel alone here if it wasn't for the comfort of a wise voice that speaks to you from somewhere in the back of your own mind. You can get out of here, it says. I'll help you, if you let me. And so together with this mysterious voice, you travel through the in-between, which is an epic, dreamlike environment that responds to your emotions and makes real what you think. You discover that the very weather in this place is your emotion made manifest, and that your thoughts control the world around you. Ultimately, you learn that you've found yourself in the in-between for one simple reason. This place was built to show you how to face yourself and walk away stronger. And we've tested Betwixt with thousands of people, and the feedback we're getting validates our theory that gaming and story together can create the kind of safe space needed for people to engage fully with the questions they need to ask. Here's how it works. First, the game format creates an optimal learning environment to build new skills and habits. Any skill requires repetition and practice. And that includes all of the internal skills like mindfulness and creative thinking. Because games are so engaging, they can naturally enable repetition of desired behaviors without the need to push or guilt yourself into doing what you know you should do. And even better than that, because failure is not a big deal in the game. In fact, in games, failure is necessary to progress. By engaging in this kind of way, we can master that much coveted growth mindset, which I think most of us know a fair bit about, but really struggle to practice. Second, play safely simulates reality. In his book, The Storytelling Animal, Jonathan Gottschall argues that play is how we prepare ourselves for the demands of life. Here's a quote from that book. The most common view of play across species is that it helps youngsters rehearse for adult life. From this perspective, children at play are training their bodies and minds for the challenges of adulthood. They're building social and emotional intelligence. But of course, it's not just kids that need to build those skills. Betwixt is for adults, and it uses that same theory to help people learn the more mature abilities of effective, empowering self-reflection and good communication. And then finally, and quite beautifully, story is how we bring meaning to our lives. Again, according to Gottschall, we daydream roughly 2,000 times per day. His quote on this is that, in other words, we spend about half of our waking hours, 1/3 of our lives on Earth, spinning fantasies. So we are storytellers at heart. In psychology, there's a concept called narrative identity. It's the idea that we see our lives as evolving stories. The right kind of story can connect our past, present, and future in a meaningful and purposeful way, and it can help us feel like the agents of real change. So the challenge for many people who struggle with mental health comes down to this. How do I change my underlying story when it isn't serving me? This idea has been at the core of our work while designing Betwixt. To help our users change their internal narratives, we actually cast them as the protagonists in a story, one that they can explore, be creative within, and ultimately transform. We've learned from the feedback that when you create a safe, playful, fictional space around real-life problems, something quite magical happens. People engage. They brave their inner darkness and approach it. And then they come back round and explore it all from a different angle. What we've seen is play, creativity, and even excitement as people use Betwixt to learn about themselves. It's a process of meaning making that, to me as a creator, has been deeply inspiring to watch. And having seen it happen, I am now convinced of one thing, and that's that the future of mental health can should, and will be an epic adventure. Thank you.
Thanks to all three of our presenters. You can see that they've joined me live on screen. Ezra, Kieran and Hazel, thanks for joining us. I know that we won't have enough time to chat about all the things that are popping up in the Q&A box and in my mind, but we'll give it a go. Ezra, I'm going to come to you first. What's the biggest challenge that you're facing? Because obviously the three of you come across with immense enthusiasm and positivity, but clearly there are some challenges that we ought to be aware of.
I mean, when it comes to the mental well-being industry, what we observe is that we see people are starting to, overcome the stigma, and people started to get a little bit more acceptance on their own problems, but it's in very initial stage. So we still find, like, the users, for example, from Mood Care, we see that people are still thinking, like, using the mental health apps is somehow, a kind of, this will show off, like, their disorders will be more published and so on. So those kind of challenges that we are observing in the mental well-being space. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably not unique just to you and the work that you're doing, but across the board. Kieran, I managed to watch your presentation and I thought, oh my God, that's me. Yeah, that's me. That's me. People have a perception of a guy like me as confident and, well, listen, Dave, you're on stage, but we do still have those insecurities. Maybe that's a word, an old-fashioned word, maybe. I think, aren't we all looking for utopia? Don't we all just want to be happy?
Yeah, I mean, if we think about imposter syndrome, we think about what you just shared there, right? We kind of see everybody and we think, oh, they must be amazing. They look so confident. They do this every single day. But actually they forget that, yeah, we all can be insecure and we can all be scared. But to quote the legendary boxing trainer Cus D'Amato, he used to say that fear is our friend and fear is like fire. And fire can either burn the house down if we don't actually control it, or if when it's controlled, we can actually use it to cook the food, keep the house warm. So I think, yeah, using that fear and all of those negative emotions, if we can reprocess them as actually this is just something for us to get excited about, to overcome and actually control that flame, then actually things can be very, very different.
Yeah, feel the fear and do it anyway. Nothing ever grows in your comfort zone. All of those sort of memes that we've seen on the internet come to mind there, don't we? Hazel, you've obviously worked with Kieran, seen him develop. You've taken this onto a platform. When we use the word game, I mean, we think about our childhood, don't we? And does it do it an injustice to think that it's perhaps a little bit silly? Oh, we're not hearing you very well there, Hazel. We're going to sort your sound out, but I will come back to you. So, I want to make sure that we get an answer from you. Do you? I'm going to go back to you, Ezra, while we sort Hazel's sound out. Ezra, do you get that? With technology, people say, oh, it's not for me. It's not a good fit, because we assume everybody wants to embrace apps and technology and online, but not everybody does, do they? And in fact, some people are moving away from it because it's had a negative effect on their well-being.
True. So, I mean, there is a way of using technology, to heal the mental health. Plus, also it also harms in one sense as well, right? Like the social media, for example, it's like having a very, negative impact when it comes to the people's mental health. While it's also, using telemedicine, for example, also helps, treatment effects as well. So it's all about how we use the technology. When it comes to the corona, like the pandemic, we started to get we started to see that people get used to, adoption of the technology to the mental health systems, because during the lockdown and long lockdowns, psychologists, psychiatrists, all of them were, connecting with their clients through online channels. And we also see that, people started to get used to that. As you mentioned, like previously, technology was more, people were having more bias about that. I mean, it will be, used for the treatment options, but now we see, that people start to get used to the clinical side, psychologist, psychiatrist side, plus the client side as well. So they are more open to use, mobile apps or telemedicine, online channels to meet with the right candidates. Like when we have, discussions with psychologists currently, what we see is like the therapists in Dubai are, healing the people in the United States. So there is, the border technology is somehow, taking out these borders to connect people. So we need to utilize this opportunity to heal the mental health problems as well.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned connectivity there. During the pandemic, unfortunately, my mum, who has dementia, was hospitalized and could not get any visitors. And the only outside connection she had with her family was through FaceTime. So we were able to see each other, and for her mental well-being, for ours, just to make sure she didn't feel abandoned. It's a very, very basic form. But again, 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to do that. Hazel's back in the room. We know you're there now, so we can have a chat. I was talking to you about, trivializing by the word game. There's somehow a childlike. Do you come across that as a bit of an obstacle?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, I was talking about that in the presentation, actually using that word trivialization, because the problem with that really is that we see a lot of apps out there that are gamifying mental health, and that does trivialize deeply personal issues. What we're doing with Betwixt is not gamification, but using the richer, deeper elements of game design, such as narrative identity, narrative intelligence, and immersive experiences. And the fact that it does, these sorts of things do bring us back to our childhood a bit, is not something that trivializes the topic, but actually it awakens the part of our mind that we need in order to solve these problems. We were engaged fully with wonder when we were children. We found long grass or the smile on someone's face incredible when we were children, and we lose that when we get older, largely to do with the schooling system and having to get grades and things. It gets kind of beaten out of us. And that's a big part of why we hold on to problems. We just keep doing the same thing over and over because we aren't being creative about it. So bringing back that sense of childlike wonder is actually a core ingredient in how we believe that our app is going to work better than many others.
Unleash the inner child. Kieran, I'm going to come to you, because the way that you made your presentation, I actually thought, as a former youth worker, that's a presentation that needs to go into youth facilities, to younger people in schools and communities. You mentioned it there, Hazel. This stuff needs to be taught, because I think you're right. There is a period up to perhaps aged 9, 10, 11 where we are free, our minds are free, and then all of a sudden, it's grades, it's he made the football team and I didn't, or you've got better trainers than me. The social media, Ezra's mentioned that. That's a challenge. Should this be a main thing taught from a very early age, Kieran?
Absolutely, because the mind is a muscle. And to loosely quote Sam Harris, the neuroscientist, he put out a really good point, which is our minds are the basis for every single thing that we experience and every relationship that we touch. Therefore, it makes sense to train it. And when's a better time to train the mind when it's so plastic, when we're kids and even teenagers? They can pick that stuff up so quick. So imagine if, just like brushing your teeth, you were taught to journal, and if you were how you were feeling to express that with the people around. If we could automate those behaviors for kids, and it just became the norm, just generally as a society, and the empathy that we'd have for each other and the general output, in my eyes, it's an absolute no-brainer.
Yeah, I think you've hit on something there, Ezra. Let's go back to what you talked about. In terms of, especially for the newer generations coming through, the next generation who are going to be they're going to be bombarded with messages. Kieran mentioned them earlier, Hazel's mentioned them, about conforming, about being a certain body shape, about, the news that you read, clickbait, headlines that draw you in, and, then you become addicted to social media and your smartphone. What are you doing, or what do you suggest that we do to challenge that? Because it can all affect our mental well-being.
Sure. So what is for especially the social media, my first suggestion would be, just try to follow only the influencers and the social media channels that are having some healing effects, and more like just use it more like finding the right people and the right news, rather than just using it for showing off or creating a network, because this network on online channels is virtual, and somehow it is fake, I would say. Like, if I will say it in a more bold way, this is one way. Just follow up follow the influencers and follow only the social channels that are improving the quality of life. That would be one thing. And second thing is, and what is very trending, and what we also suggest within Moodcare, our mental well-being app, is that the digital detox becomes very popular. So try to find a time where you just disconnect within the digital tools. It's not only social media, but also the computers, mobile apps. It is not easy to do that, but then when we start to do it gradually, we see that it becomes so much integrated in our lives. So it is so hard. But let's say, just have a 10 minutes walk without having a mobile app with you. Just have a 10 minutes walk in the nature without having any connection with the digital tools. So this helps a lot, and then gradually increase this, the time with this digital detox times. So that is really the practice that is getting popular, and I think it is very needed by everyone. I would suggest the digital detox, and also following only the right tools within the social media channels.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that, and I'll come to you shortly, Kieran, that you would agree with that. You mentioned journaling. It's about training yourself, and you come from a very disciplined sport background where training is crucial. I had some negative effects on you. Hazel, you came from a similar background. What sort of results are you getting, Hazel? What can we expect from that? Because it's quite a new sort of approach, isn't it, to what you're doing? What can people expect? Getting good results, presumably?
Yeah, the feedback has been incredible, actually. We set out to try and create something that was going to be engaging and was going to feel like real connection, even though, of course, it is an algorithm, it is an app. And we didn't know if we could do it. But the feedback that's coming in is validating our core theory that when you bring story and environment and immersion into real life problems, people engage in a new kind of way. We're constantly hearing from people. Actually, we've heard from a number of people that they've been in tears in a good way while playing the app, which we couldn't really believe. And the other thing is that people say, even though they know they're talking to a digital thing, they can't shake the feeling that they're starting up a real actual relationship. And at its heart, Betwixt is a journaling app. The idea is that it creates a story around writing about what's going on with you so that you can take hold of your own story. And so people are getting this. So what we want people to go away with, and what we're hearing from the feedback is working, is that people are coming to this app feeling lost, and they're walking away feeling not just that they can be the hero of their own story, but that they can be the author of their own story.
Brilliant. I'm going to come back to you, Kieran, to talk about a journey. Just one thing that, Ezra, you pricked my conscience there about phone use. I did see somewhere, and I did try this for a while, that you can use grayscale on your screen to cut out all of those red alerts. And if you've ever, I use an iPhone, other phones are available, of course. In grayscale, it's a really hard thing to look at for very long. You just think, ugh, and it does put you off, and you don't get those alerts because often we're distracted. I've turned all my telephone alerts off. Kieran, let's come to you. Journaling, we've talked about it being digitized. presumably as well. I mean, life's a journey. We're told to live in the moment because there's mindfulness and live for today, but we can't deny we've all got a past. We hope we've all got a future. Journalism and the approach that you take gives us that sort of evidence that we're doing okay, or there's things we need to improve, because we can look back on it, can't we, and we can plan for the future.
Absolutely, and I have quite strict journaling routines. I have two types. One is freeform that actually Hazel taught me, which is when you feel overwhelmed or that your mind is racing, got lots going on, just grabbing a notebook, writing for 3 A4 pages and just downloading everything. So that's more of a reactive, right, that's going to just bring you back to center. And then what I actually do every evening in a spreadsheet is I'm tracking things like mood, energy levels, focus, productivity, the free gifts of every day, what lucky things happen, my wins, my challenges, my learnings. And what's amazing is taking a more data-led approach. I can see, I know that if I'm training 3 times a week, if I'm out in the sun, if I am doing roughly 10 to 12 client sessions a week, I kind of have all this data to show me when I'm going to be at my peak performance, happiest and most engaged, and the opposite as well. So I think there's lots of different ways to journal. It's got a big stigma, but there are just so many different ways we can actually do this stuff, and just being open to it and going, well, what's the worst that can happen, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you use the word stigma there, and I think you're right. Often it's around the words. I mean, I use the example of games, you know, journaling, you know, some people might say that's a little bit sort of twee or a bit hippie, you know. Some people are scared by the words that are associated with technology and apps, you know, and it goes over their heads. Maybe we need to think about the language, but really we just need to get on with it. Show the results, show that this stuff works. I mean, you mentioned journaling there. I'm still using a paper diary. I've got every single diary going back to 1980. Yes, I really am that old. And what is fascinating by that is that sort of track record of where you've been in your life. And although I never wrote, "Dear Diary, I'm feeling sad," there are some little bullet points in there that show actually you're okay. And that's all we really want, isn't it, guys? We just want to be okay, happy, and know that things are going to be all right. Yeah. It's been fascinating talking to you. I know that we could carry on this conversation. If we were having dinner together, we would be there till midnight tonight, chatting away, and people would be tuning in to see where this conversation could go. Sadly, we don't have any more time. What I have been telling everybody is that they can join us on the hashtag Arab Health Week to keep the conversation going. You three guys, I know you're on social media, so pick up on that hashtag. People will have questions that want to connect with you on social media as well. Gosh, I don't know, 1 minute we're promoting social media and the next minute we're not. It's there to use, and obviously they can watch this presentation and your presentations again back on the Future Health YouTube channel. Guys, brilliant. You've achieved so much. You've got so much more to achieve. Go out there and crack it for us all, please. I'm sure you will. Brilliant stuff.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ezra,
Thank you.
Kieran and Hazel. Thanks for giving up your time today. A brilliant panel discussion, 3 great presentations. Brilliant presentations throughout the day. We are sadly coming to the close of the second day of Arab Health Week. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host. Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. As you can see, in the morning, we'll be talking cybersecurity with Ashish. We've got Dr. Eunice Kazim, who's coming on to talk about stem cell therapies. That's not one we've touched on at all over the first 2 days. Then we'll look at the introduction to stem cells again, but in regenerative medicine. That's with Dr. Salman Dalvi. And then throughout the rest of the day, let's have a look for the afternoon. Yep, here we go. Jenny Scott's going to be with us, looking at the expertise in global healthcare in that massive marketplace. And finally, we'll talk about the future of healthcare billing with Ghafoor Ahmed. So plenty to come tomorrow. My colleague, the wonderful Sandra Garlick, will be taking over from me. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host. Remember, and I'll drill this home again, you can stay on the platform, keep those connections going, keep the conversations going, keep the chat going, because as we said right at the start, Future Health Series, which is going around the world over the next few months before we meet again live in person next year, is all about creating and sustaining this global community of healthcare professionals and just people who care. And what our aim is to innovate, is to share best practice, stories, things that work, challenges, and come together to find common ground and solutions so that we all have a more prosperous and better and healthier future. That's the aim. Stick around on the hashtag as well, Arab Health Week and Future Health Series. They're the two hashtags to pick up on. But for now, I've been Dave Sharp, your host. It's been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the final day tomorrow. Watch again on Catch Up on the Future Health YouTube channel. But enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us. Goodbye.